start of 2018 found the Rangers plagued by injury. But it also gave them an opportunity to look at pieces to a bright future. This talented group of young players took advantage of opportunity. And the Rangers look to keep them moving forward in the second. Rangers baseball is presented by Shiner Light Blonde. It's light done right. Boy, doesn't that sound good this evening. Another warm one tonight. Temperatures in triple digits. Rangers beginning the figurative second half against the Cleveland Indians tonight here at Globe Life Park. Welcome in, everybody. Great to be with you again tonight. I am Dave Raymond. We'll see if we can coax C.J. Nikowski to joining us here in a few minutes. He'll be here soon enough. The Rangers start the second half against a team right now with the largest divisional lead in baseball in the Cleveland Indians. Rangers 22 games out in the West. Now, why, you might ask, is that the case? Could be the strength of schedule, the divisions in which they play. Specifically, Rangers, they've had a very difficult strength of schedule. Fourth in baseball, the Indians second to last, 29th. But in the second half, will it change? Well, not for the Rangers. It'll be an even tougher schedule. Second hardest in baseball with 55 games against 500 or better teams, while the Indians remain with a soft schedule. And that's because that Central Division has been very weak so far this year, and the West, a very tough division for the Rangers. So the Rangers will look to continue to improve on some of the little things that we saw in the first half. What are some of the positives, CJ?
Well, I tell you what, whenever we talk about the Texas Rangers, I think we really want to dig in on the on-base percentage. This is something that matters. Their ability to draw walks is something that has been better this year, and I think something that is worth keeping an eye on the rest of the season. Now, you look at the numbers, and you might say, well, the on-base percentage is actually a point worse, but you got to go a little bit deeper than that. And where does that rank based on what's happening with the game? Well, the Rangers are 14th. They were 19th a year ago. The walk percentage, though, is something for me that is very encouraging at nearly 9.5% up from last year. That is a trend that needs to continue for this offense. Now we start looking individually at Rangers and really digging in. And this guy right here, Rougned Odor, has been the topic of conversation when it comes to adjustments. He has made adjustments when it comes to getting on base. We know, of course, he's been working on that strike zone discipline. Well, one of the best in the game is Shin-Soo Choo, and he is having an unbelievable season, just turning 36 years old. Jurickson Profar was going to get some kind of scattered playing time. He's done a very nice job when he has gotten those opportunities. And then we get to the rookies. Ronald Guzman with that on-base percentage at 322. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is right there with him. They are tied for fourth among American League rookies. That is exactly what you want to see from rookies. There's certainly opportunity to even build on that. They have been very good so far first time around.
Yeah, some real positives on the offensive side for the Rangers. That's not the only thing that has gone well for the Rangers. Starting pitching at times has shown some good signs, and in particular, Martin Perez, his last time out Saturday in Baltimore, one of his better starts in a long, long time. In our spotlight when we come back. Rangers baseball is sponsored by Ford. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer during the Ford Summer Sales Event. Ford is the best in Texas. By Shiner Light Blonde. It's light done right. And by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. It is plenty warm, but the fans heading in tonight. Opening game against a very good Cleveland Indians team here tonight at Globe Life Park. Just nice to be home. It's been over 2 weeks since the Rangers have been here at Globe Life. Martin Perez has the start tonight. He's also in our Shiner Light Blonde spotlight. We mentioned his last start in Baltimore on Saturday. Well, he was terrific. 7 strong innings, only the 1 earned run on 5 hits. Got the double play ball working. Showed that maturity that we talk about so often with Martin Perez. Overall, very good starts.
It was. The 2 walks really do stick out, but we're going to take a look really at what Martin Perez did so well. And for me, it was the overall strike percentage at 67%, but then also his ability to get those first pitch strikes. 71% first pitch strikes. That's a big number for any pitcher, but especially Martin Perez and his fastball. He used it so well. There's a good look at the 2-seamer as it runs in on Chris Davis and really pitching around the edges the entire game. That was a nice start. That was the start that I think we have been kind of expecting from Martin Perez. Of course, he missed all that time because of the injury, but at the end of spring training, he looked so good and so sharp. I think the expectations were very high. He delivered in his last one. He wants to deliver the rest of the way this season.
So he gets the nod in the first game here in the second half as the Rangers able to do a little shuffling of that rotation for a little more on what Jeff Bannister is doing with his starters. Let's check in with Emily Jones.
Yeah, Dave, because of the All-Star break, Jeff Bannister able to manipulate the rotation the way he sees fit, wanting to start with Martin Perez to get him as many innings as he can this season because of the extended time on the disabled list in the first half. So after Martin Perez here tonight, it will be tomorrow. The rotation will line up like this for the next 4 as we take a look at how it rounds out. Bartolo Colon will go tomorrow in game 2, then Giovanni Gallardo in the finale of this 3-gamer against the Indians, then Cole Hamels and Mike Minor round things out in those first 2 games against Oakland. And then when you look at how that shapes up for the rest of the time, it enables the Rangers to rest Mike Minor, to give him those extra time off and to monitor those innings the way that they've intended to throughout the entire season. So that's how it's shaping up, at least for the time being, unless anything changes, of course, which is always a possibility at this point in the season, Dave.
Even in likelihood, one might add. As we get ready to go, let's take a look at this Indians starting lineup. We mentioned 7.5 games in front of Minnesota. They'll start with Francisco Lindor at short, Brantley in left, Jose Ramirez at third, and it's Encarnacion, Geyer, Diaz, Jason Kipnis, Roberto Perez, and Rajay Davis rounding it out for Cleveland. 52 wins, 43 losses this season. And Martin Perez gets us underway tonight with a strike. It's like game time temperature, 107 degrees. Cool down a little bit here.
It certainly did.
Well, Tapper Fallow and 2 the count on Lindor. And there you see it. Now, it's not a real fair question to ask, because who would keep track of this kind of thing? But you've no doubt played on some very hot afternoons or evenings during your career. Could you remember one in this range of 100 plus, little bouncer short? And Andrews takes care of Lindor, 1 away.
I mean, not off the top of my head, 107 seems like a pretty big number. Of course, when you're out in Arizona, the temperature, at least outside, is that high. But when you have a roof, it doesn't feel nearly that on the inside. So I don't think I've ever pitched in a game where it was this hot. I mean, you know, you come through Texas in August, it was always warm and toasty. But this feels different. These are some pretty high numbers, and maybe even coming a little bit earlier than you would expect. August is usually that pretty tough month. I tell people all the time, New Orleans is the hottest place on earth that I've ever pitched in, and I don't remember it ever getting to 107.
Michael Brantley takes a strike, and Perez maybe getting a low strike call right there from Sam Holbrook, our crew chief and plate umpire tonight. And if he gets that call consistently this evening, well, he's going to be very good.
Well, that'll be important for Martin. We mentioned as we put him in our spotlight, talking about his ability to get ahead. Martin has talked a lot about trying to have that slower heartbeat, trying to really kind of emulate, at least copy to some degree, what Bartolo Colon does, right? Keeping a nice pace, filling up the strike zone, and certainly anytime you can get the edges, that is a huge help.
Well, Brantley hitting .308, 12 home runs, 25 doubles. And he's been getting on base at a .355 clip this year for Cleveland. And this is an Indians offense that's been scoring some runs and hitting for power. 2-2 the count to Michael Brantley. Now for Martin, his record 2-4, just his 7th start of the year. So some of the numbers, you know, it's harder to get a real grasp for what they mean. He's spent a lot of time on the disabled list already this season. But he strikes out Brantley, and there are 2 away.
Let's get to our Shiner pitch arsenal for Martin Perez this evening, and he has been very good in good usage of the fastball. You just saw a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that he threw down and in there to Michael Brantley. You see the changeup at 20% of the time, more fastballs, the 4-seam variety, the curveball, and the slider as far as the breaking pitches go, and that is our Shiner light blonde pitch arsenal for Martin Perez.
Well, here's maybe the most dangerous hitter in the American League, or at least the most dangerous that you don't hear as much about. You know a lot about Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Judge, Jose Altuve, etc. And certainly Jose Ramirez's name has started to resonate a little more throughout the league. But this guy is having a year. 29 home runs, 70 RBIs, the batting average over 300, the on base over 400. It's his ball on the ground in the hole. It's short. And Elvis throws him out to complete a 1-2-3 for Martin Perez. So a very nice start for the left-hander. And now the Rangers can go to work. Here come the Rangers. 41 wins, 56 losses. And our Southwest starting lineup has Chu leading things off in right field tonight. Willie Calhoun joins the team, called up today for the first time this year. He's at DH batting second. Andrus Beltre and Odor in the middle of things. Ronald Guzman at first. Chirinos catching, Gallo in left, and Delano DeShields rounding it out in center field. There's Willie. And Willie just got here. Is Trevor Bauer ready to go? 8 wins, 6 losses. His 21st start of the season.
Like literally just got here, not like got here today. Like I think they said he was scheduled to land around 5 p.m. So you're rushing to the ballpark and find out you're in the lineup as well. That's always a little bit of an adventure when you get that call. But any at bat in the big leagues, you know, regardless of the circumstances, are 100 times better than any at bat in the minor leagues.
Anywhere else.
Or anywhere else. So for Willie, he doesn't mind at all. He'll make it work.
I see Chu's numbers, and he has done well against the Indians. Although he already inflicts a little self-damage in the second half. 4 days off. Get right back in there and whack one off the shin. was feeling better. Uh-oh. Just about got him. 1-1 the count. Now, Chu, as you know, working on a 51-game on-base streak. And part of that streak, he has taken base after being hit by a pitch. That would extend it. It's ahead here, 2-1.
Trevor Bauer showing no mercy as he goes right back in. And even for him as a right-hander, his breaking ball, the two-seamer is certainly one thing, but his breaking ball down and in is something that lefties will foul off their shins all the time.
Base hit for Chu. It's a 52-game on-base streak. And he wastes no time once again.
He really has taken the drama out of this, and he's done it obviously after the break, but then also prior to the break, leading into it. He was getting on early as he gets a fastball here from Bauer that ends up being right down the middle. And Shin-Soo Choo has no issues with velocity. He's short to the ball. He's good with 2 strikes. And even after fouling one off his shin, just a non-issue. Got himself way ahead in the count 2-1 and got himself a fastball he can handle. And we'll be right back at it again tomorrow.
Pretty amazing, man. Well, here is Willie Calhoun. Just slipped into that uniform, kind of like Superman, probably changed in the phone booth and just threw himself right in the lineup here, batting second.
As if he knows what a phone booth is.
That's true. Like half of our viewers know what a phone booth is. Bauer, keep an eye on Chu. And way in on Calhoun, so really working both left-handed hitters inside. Count 1-1 on.
Mentioned phone booths. I had an interesting conversation with my children the other day. I was explaining to them how the collect call used to work and how as a kid why you relied on it so much when you were maybe at practice, late school, whatever it may be. And they were just looking at me like I was 100 years old. You had to do what? What, you couldn't play games while you were waiting for your parents to pick you up on your phone? I had to call collect. I had to hope that my parents would accept the charges and then come get me.
CJ Wu. Chu with a modest lead. Bauer with that long hold, trying to keep him close to the base, and again way in. 2 balls and a strike.
Really good opportunity here for Willie Calhoun. We saw him last year, and I think without a doubt everybody saw what he could do offensively, and you started to get a little feel and get excited about who he could be as a hitter. The question, of course, then became, well, where do you put him defensively? What kind of value could he bring to the table? I think he could DH right now in the big leagues. It wouldn't be an issue, but when you have Chu on the roster, as good as he has been, there hasn't been that opportunity for Willie Calhoun. But I will tell you this, in his mind, okay, I got my first taste last year, a little bit of a later call up this year, and you're at that point where you don't want to look back. You know, sometimes we think, oh, is he just up here for a little while? Nomar Mazara goes on the DL. Will he just be here for 10 days? Well, I can tell you that from the other side of things, Willie Calhoun doesn't think that way. And he has been on fire and swinging the bat very well down in AAA and knows that if he can put together a good string to kick things off, he may never look back.
3-1, and he lifts this one to short right field. Playable for the second baseman Kipnis, but Brandon Geyer comes in from right field to make the play.
Let's take a look at our Shiner arsenal for Trevor Bauer. It's a deep one. The fastball is 42% of the time. Those are both 4- and 2-seam fastballs. The curveball, the slider, those are the 2 breaking pitches he goes to the most. He also throws that cutter and the changeup. The slider, though, has been absolutely devastating this year. Just a 0.076 batting average against. So you saw it was 14%. Like, okay, well, he used it, once in a while. He has recorded 67 strikeouts on that slider, most of any pitch, despite the fact it only throws it 14% of the time.
Andrews watches a fastball there for a strike. Elvis checking in with a 253 average. And he has always thrived against Cleveland. One of those things where, especially at Cleveland, he has had just huge offensive games. But overall, against the Indians, he just something about those unis. This one gets away. And Chu moves up on the wild pitch.
Take a look at the pitch here from Trevor Bauer. Live stuff, not afraid to throw the ball in the dirt. Obviously, that was a little bit much. And you see Roberto Perez tried to backhand that ball and pick it cleanly, and he did not. And you see him then give it the highlight toss over to first base a little bit. But that's one where he knows that he probably should have been down blocking it. Now, we talk about the temperature. We joke about it a little bit. Now, it's already down 2 degrees, so it's down to 105. But imagine being behind the plate tonight. All the positions between the home plate umpire and the catcher. These guys have some serious elements to deal with.
Ball and 2 strikes now on Elvis. Wonder if the All-Star break might be a real boon for Andrews, who spent that 2 months on the disabled list. But since coming back, hitting just .214. He might have needed a little break just to get himself back on track. Drew out there at second. And Elvis chases for strike 3. So first strikeout of the night for Bauer. 2 away.
Take a look at the Indians defense, which is sponsored by Jack in the Box this evening. In that outfield, it'll be Michael Brantley, Rajay Davis, and Brandon Geyer. So some changes with the left-hander Martin Perez on the mound. In the infield, it's a very good one. Jose Ramirez and Francisco Lindor on the left side. Jason Kipnis, Edwin Encarnacion. And Roberto Perez is behind the plate. He's done a very nice job defensively, but really has turned into Trevor Bauer's kind of personal catcher. He made a big name for himself, though, during that World Series run. Yan Gomes down. That was that whole deal where they tried to trade for Jonathan Lucroy, and Lucroy ended up rejecting the trade. Roberto Perez really stepped in. Did a nice job for the Indians behind the plate.
There's a rather elaborate series of signs there to Bauer. And Bauer stepped away. Let's see here. It's the old 5-2-3-2. Yeah. Talk about call and collect. Jeez. Well, it's a telephone number.
He's a difficult guy to catch. It is a really deep repertoire. We showed you the 5 pitches, but you also have to split the fastball up. So essentially it's 6 pitches. And if you're using multiple signs, you can imagine how difficult that can be for Roberto Perez. But it's worked out well. Trevor Bauer's having a career year, and Roberto Perez has caught him in his starts and has done a very nice job.
1-1. This one fouled back out of play by Beltre. Well, Adrian, he's had a tough July. Just 7 hits so far in the month in the 11 games in which he has played. 7 for 41. So again, talking about the timing of the All-Star break, probably pretty fortuitous for him as well. He had that infected tooth and the dental work that he had during the game on July 4th. A forgettable month so far for the future Hall of Famer. 1-2 pitch, and he hits this one out into left field, and that one is down, and so is Brantley. Chu will come around to score, and Beltre to second. Rangers draw first blood tonight. That's a double for Beltre, and for Adrian, his 27th RBI.
Trevor Bauer tried to do to Adrian Beltre the same thing he did to Elvis Andrews, and that was go to the slower curveball. He left this one up in the zone, had Adrian out front a little bit, but he does a great job of getting this ball into left field. And then Michael Brantley really got caught in between. There was a lot of topspin on this ball, and you see as Brantley was coming in and diving right over it, so Chu scores easily, easy double. And nice job by the Rangers here in the first inning against one of the toughest pitchers in the American League.
A real nice start to this one. There you see the 625th time Beltre has doubled in his career. Odor swinging at the first pitch. Out there into short right field. Kipnis is there, but the throw's not in time. And Odor is on. That's an quote-unquote infield hit for Rudy.
Well, it's a nice job by Rougned Odor. Now, the only reason that this is even close to being a play is because of the shift. If you're playing him straight up, that's a base hit. But Jason Kipnis was so deep, had to run over so far to be able to cut that ball off, that Rougned Odor was easily safe. And watch this here. I mean, under normal circumstances, that's probably a base hit, but there just wasn't enough time to make that happen. It's not even close.
So they're on the corners for Ronald Guzman. Lindor bluffs. Guzzi fouls that one the other way for strike one. Guzman hitting .250 with 9 home runs. So Bauer already forced to throw 20 pitches in the inning with this next one. It's been a really good formula for the Rangers. When they get that starter to throw 20 or more in the first inning, they have enjoyed a lot of success. 0-2 the count now.
So this is kind of opposite of what you see from most starters. Trevor Bauer has been fantastic in the first inning, a 0.45 ERA. That's the best in all of Major League Baseball. So that makes what the Rangers have done here early on even more impressive. And listen, the more pitches you can get him to throw, I know we say this all the time, but especially a night like tonight, even better, try to get him tired. This is some tough circumstances for pitchers.
In the dirt. Oh, but they said that Guzman went around. Wow. Third base umpire Ryan Blackney rings him up. Guzman does not like it, but the inning is indeed done. Rangers will leave him on the corners, but Shin-Soo Choo scores the first run and extends his on-base streak to 52 with a base hit to start things tonight.
Lead here against the Cleveland Indians, 1-0. We'll take a look at the Texas Rangers defense, which is delivered to you by Chicken Express. It's Joey Gallo, Delano DeShields, and the all-star Shin-Soo Choo in right. In the infield, it'll be Adrian Beltre, Elvis Andrus, Ruben Odor, Ronald Guzman, and Robinson Chirinos behind the plate.
Well, Martin Perez was very sharp in the first inning. Used just 11 pitches to turn back Lindor, Brantley, and Jose Ramirez. And he jumps ahead of Encarnacion, 0-1. Make that 0-2. Encarnacion, 22 home runs, 65 RBIs. Mentioned earlier, this is a team that has done some damage to the baseball. Up and down the lineup, Terry Francona has a number of pretty impressive weapons. They're third in Major League Baseball with 132 home runs as a team.
Yeah, they're a good team. I think there's a little bit of a misconception out there about the Cleveland Indians because they're in such a weak division, because they've stumbled a little bit at times, and at one point they were even at 500, I think even a game under, and were in first place. But this is a very good baseball team.
Slow roller third base. Beltre fires across the diamond, one away here in the second inning.
Here's that division I'm talking about. And it has been the talk of baseball. As you said, they have a really nice lead, but those 52 wins, they're 5th in all of the American League. So even though they're a division leader, they only have the 5th best record right now in the AL. But it's a really good rotation. It's a really good offense. You just went through some of the things that are happening there. They had some bullpen struggles, and they're starting to get through that a little bit right now with some acquisitions and some guys starting to get healthy. But that's been the one issue, and it's something that they thought was going to be a strength. And as soon as they get that straightened out, I think a lot of people are assuming, well, you know, it's the Astros, it's the Red Sox, it's the Yankees. Those are the teams that we'll see in the World Series. So don't discount the Cleveland Indians once they get this bullpen turned around.
I think they find themselves sort of in the opposite side of where they were last year. Last year, as it was headed to the postseason, of course, they had that incredible run in the second half. People were like, well, I think the Indians are the team you would really want to avoid in the American League. And they bowed out of the playoffs. This year, they might be positioned as that sort of underdog or surprise team in the postseason when they get there. But I'm with you. I mean, look, the teams that are in the mix right now in the American League, they're all pretty good. you could make some pretty compelling arguments for all of them. Perez a little bit high with that one, and it's 2-2.
I think it will be the rotation that's going to have to carry them in the postseason, and we know Corey Kluber has done it for them before. Trevor Bauer is having a career year right now. Those guys are really going to have to be good for them in order to get past teams like the Red Sox.
Fly ball out to left field, and that one gets down, bounces up to the fence. Geyer tiptoes into second. He's the first base runner of the night for the Indians with a second inning double.
This is exactly why Brandon Geyer is in the lineup. That's to hit against lefties. I mentioned you see him in right field. The right field's been a little bit of an issue. Good look at the changeup grip from Martin Perez, and really not a bad pitch. I mean, you see it below the zone. You could say when it gets pitched too far over the plate. It's a good pitch. It's down. It's got the speed differential. But Brandon Geyer is good against lefties, and he gets himself that one-out double. And on the flip side, he is really bad against righties this year. He's hitting 0-45 against righties. So I gotta believe as soon as the Rangers go to the pen, he probably would be out of the game if it's close.
Well, he's in scoring position here with one out, and the designated hitter, Andy Diaz, steps in, and he takes strike one. Now Diaz has spent the entire season at AAA Columbus, where he was hitting 284. 20 doubles, only 2 home runs, but he was walking a ton and called up today. Another guy who did some pretty significant damage against lefties, at least at Columbus, where he was hitting nearly 300 against lefties.
I really like this guy. You look around the league sometimes and you start to track guys, and there's certain things you like about a guy's game. I really like the way this guy hits. You see how big he is, got some big arms, strong guy, but he doesn't necessarily hit for a ton of power. That's been the one knock on him right now. But in this day and age, give me a guy that has 63 strikeouts and 63 walks. I mean, that's, you know, he's got that 1-to-1 ratio. He gets on, he drives the ball the other way really well. You know, it's a deep lineup here in Cleveland, so the at-bats are tough to come by. This is the first time we've seen him in the big league, but I really like this guy's swing a lot. It'll be interesting to kind of track to see what happens with him. I look at him as one of those guys where the power will come over time, but he can hit.
26 years old, out of Cuba. A 1-1 pitch. His walks were leading the International League, 63 of those.
And 415 on base percentage. That was the best in the International League. So I mean, in this day and age, you find a guy that can get on base. And he's not like a little guy. I mean, look at him. You look, you're going to knock the bat out of his hand. I think that power will come over time.
Ground ball, and that one is through the right side into third base. Geyer. They'll send him to the plate. Here comes a throw from Chu, and it's up the line, and that allows Diaz to go to second base. So the RBI single ties it, but Diaz moves himself into scoring position now.
There's times you want to be wrong about a guy, and I mentioned how good he is going the other way. Well, here's a good example of it. The right side is open. That is a good pitch from Martin Perez. He's going to go back and watch that and say, man, I put that exactly where I wanted it to be. And a good job by Diaz to hit it the other way. This throw was up the line a little bit. Watch it right here. Watch Robinson Chirinos' glove. I mean, that is exactly where he wanted it, down and away on the edge. It's just a good job by, as I mentioned, a guy that I believe is a good hitter.
So Diaz, his first at bat up in the big leagues this year, delivers. And now Kipnis, veteran second baseman, a .222 average for Kipnis. And he had a great series against the Rangers earlier this year. And a home run, drove in 6 runs when we were in Cleveland. Last year, very limited due to injuries. Shoulder injury, hamstring injury. He's in a hole here, 0-2.
That's been a struggle for Jason Kipnis, who has been a good player over the course of his career. But these last 2 years have been tough on him, as you mentioned, the time that he's missed and then the production over that time. When he's on, he's a guy that you can count on to be upper 270s. He's going to get on base for. He's going to play some pretty good defense. But as of late, it hasn't happened for him.
Puts this ball in the air out to right field. Chu looks up, and that one is gone. 10th home run of the year for Kipnis. It came on an 0-2 pitch, and it gives Cleveland a 3-1 lead.
That's frustrating for Martin Perez, who was way ahead in the count. You just said it, 0-2. And as much as he's talked about taking a page out of the book of Bartolo Colon and being around the zone more, this is a situation in which you do not want to be on the zone. Look at all 3 of those pitches. Our Fox tracks had him right in the same spot. And even though Kipnis is struggling, there's not too many big league hitters where you can go to the same location. Now, they were trying to go down in, but it cut right back over the plate. And Kipnis showing he still has that power.
So bases empty now, and 8th place hitter Roberto Perez takes strike 1. And a home run, 404 feet by Kipnis. And Perez just a 148 hitter. Takes that one high. It's 1-1. So the numbers that don't exactly wow you. Two and 1. But if you want to break him down left right, he has certainly been a much better hitter off left-handed pitchers this year, to the tune of a .333 average. He works himself here to a 3-1 count.
And a good defensive catcher as well. Throws the ball well. I mentioned what a great job he did in the postseason a couple of years ago. And I think the emergence of Roberto Perez really gave the Indians the confidence to trade away Mejia, who went to the San Diego Padres in that deal they just made the other day for left-handed reliever Brad Hand and righty Adam Simber.
Yeah, at some point we're going to have to jump into some of the trades and moves made by both teams here tonight. You're right, a very big one for Cleveland to add Brad Hand to their bullpen mix. Payoff pitch from Martin Perez, and strike 3 called. He gets Roberto Perez for out number 2.
Good job by Martin to come back after getting down in the count 3-1. Now you see that pitch cutting again, even though he's trying to go middle away, and you'll take the strikeout on the changeup, but it did cut on him. That's something he wants to be a little bit careful of. The same pitch that he threw to Jason Kipnis also cut back from left to right, so that's something that Martin will be aware of, and he knows it. He knows when he cuts that pitch a little bit, but he'll definitely take that strikeout and try to finish this inning.
Second strikeout of the night. R.J. Davis, 241 average this year, 1 home run. Good speed. The center fielder batting 9th. And so for Martin, a very efficient first inning, but now the 25th pitch of this second inning, and he ties up Davis to make it 1-1.
We highlighted first pitch strikes for Martin, how great he was in his last start. 7 of 9 so far in this start. That's certainly a great rate as well.
7th start of the year for Perez. Had the offseason mishap on his ranch where he fell to the ground and broke his non-pitching elbow. Ground ball up the middle, just off of Odor's glove, and Davis is aboard. Oh, great effort there by Rugi, and he just missed coming up with it. Although, had he come up with a baseball, not likely to have a play.
And now with Rajay Davis running. We've talked a lot about Rugi and Odor and the great improvements he has made defensively, and this is a tremendous effort. See him right here going to his right. You're right, even if he catches that, and Rajay Davis, what do you say, only looked like he was only a few steps out of the box, but this guy can still run.
Yeah, he can still run, and Rugi would have had to collected himself, got himself back up on his feet to make that throw. And he had a lot of good momentum headed the opposite direction. Well, Davis 16 stolen bases, so you do still need to be wary of that. Lineup turned over now for Francisco Lindor.
So whenever I see Rajay Davis leading off first, I can't help think about that World Series. Remember, John Lester was not throwing over to first base at all, and he was taking an absurdly large lead, like something we'd never seen before, and Lester still would not throw over. And it was amazing.
Right, as crazy as that was, the crazier thing to me was
when Lindor got thrown out.
Well, why didn't Davis just go?
Oh yeah, it's an uncomfortable place to be. Was it Francisco Lindor that got thrown out? Somebody got thrown out in that World Series because he just couldn't get out there. Rajay Davis was trying to walk him through it. But you're right. But it was, every time I see him over there, I just always think about that league, because you're looking at it and you're going, that can't be right. Is that some kind of optical illusion? But no, John Lester would not throw over to first base. He's got a little bit better about that.
He has.
Yeah. It's a weird thing to see as a lefty. You come set and your guy's got an 18-foot lead.
Ball smashed foul, 1-2 the count. Well, Lindor grounded out in the first inning. .291 average for him. And how about this? A leadoff man, shortstop, talking about some of the power on this team. 25 home runs for him. All-star once again.
Did you catch that at all? I know you were on a little vacation. They had him mic'd up during the game. Pretty cool stuff. He's got a great personality. We always talk about trying to find those national marketable stars. Francisco Lindor was putting on a little bit of a show, showing off that personality in the middle, not like at the All-Star game, but actually during the game while he was out playing shortstop.
I loved it. I loved all the miking up of the players and stuff. The only comment I would have on that, and it's not what's my position to be critical on this.
They got their fun police.
Well, sometimes the conversations seemed a little forced, right?
Well,
it's
yeah.
Like, all right, enough. I got it.
I think the guys probably feel compelled to try to bring something to the table when they're mic'd up.
But it was fun. I really get a kick out of hearing from guys in the middle of the action. Pick off over to first, and Davis a dead duck. And that will end the inning. So nicely done by Martin Perez to get Rajay Davis to end the inning. But some damage done. Jason Kipnis with a 2-run homer, and the Indians lead it 3-1.
you back to a steamy Globe Life Park in Arlington. Of course, the temperature, the big story are here in North Texas, and of course, as the Rangers begin the second half of the season, so we got out our handy little thermometer, fancy thermometer, actually,
That is fancy.
To get an accurate reading of the temperature. 111 degrees. That was in the first inning.
What were you shooting there, grass or dirt?
I was shooting, well, kind of angled at the grass. So, yeah, and it feels every bit of 111 down here.
Maybe you could shoot the Indians hitters next time. Slow them down a little bit.
Okay, I'll see what
Something.
I can do. I'll
Is there lasers that come out of that?
there are lasers.
Yep.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, so I don't know how legal that is to be pointing in the other dugout.
That's a good point.
So, but I'll definitely keep you guys posted.
I mean, if you're going to be playing with that the entire time, because I'm automatically thinking even though I should be an adult, I'm thinking like a little boy, like where could I point that thing? Where would it be fun? Metal spikes?
Yeah.
Be curious, like, if you point it right at the metal, what it would say?
I'll get creative down here.
Yeah.
It looked like a jugs gun.
Yeah, a little miniature.
A what?
one. Can
Like
you
a
shoot Dave's
radar
mouth
gun.
from where you are?
Okay. I didn't.
Shoot what?
Top left. I asked if she could shoot your mouth from here and see how hot your mouth
Wow.
is right now.
98.6 degrees. There's a strike to Chirinos. 3-1 the count. So Robinson leading things off here with the second. Then Gallo and DeShields, 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Rangers. And there's ball 4. So Chirinos takes the walk. Now the Rangers had 3 hits in the first inning and now get a leadoff walk here in the second against Bauer.
That's what you want to see after the Rangers made him work a little bit. They can throw some pitches, draw that walk. His walk rate this year, 2.8 per 9. That is excellent for Trevor Bauer, as we've talked about already with this great season that he is having. And walks, the lack of them, have been a big part of that.
Well, now Gallo. Joey in the 8th spot of the order, leads the team with 22 home runs, 51 RBIs. And turns away from a breaking ball. Gallo hoping to enjoy a second half turnaround similar to the one he enjoyed last year. Second half of the season in 2017 was the great momentum upon which Jeff Bannister came into spring training thinking he's going to be my 2-hole hitter. And he was walking a lot, driving the ball as he always does. But overall, the offensive game had really just come together for Joey in the second half last year. And, well, look, I mean, if it happened last year, there's no reason it couldn't happen again this year. That's sort of the hope. 2-1 the count. So last year, Gallo in the first half of the season hit 194 and improved his batting average like 35 points in the second half. And he swings and misses 2-2.
You know, a lot of the services that we use are in any place you can go to look up stats. They do that. It's easy to see pre-All-Star break and post-All-Star break. In a year like this, where the Rangers played 93 games before the break, you almost start to wonder if they would just say team's first 81, team's second 81. Probably make a little bit more sense, especially now with the extra off days and the way the season started this year.
Well, I think given the way we all refer to it as the first half and the second half, we all do so knowingly that it's not an even division of the games, but we all do it anyway. And it is misleading. But I would say there is something about that 4-day break, right, that really does feel like a first half and a second half. Guys can be completely different after getting that 4-day break.
Yeah, there's good and bad in there. Some guys, you know, we joked about Chu. Would he, you know, almost wish we were still playing. Well, he got a hit in the All-Star break against a lefty throwing 97 miles an hour. Gets a hit in his first at bat, so it was a non-issue for him. But there's pitchers that will tell you that they prefer, you know, maybe not to have the full 4 days. Nothing you can do about it. But you're right. It does feel like it is kind of two distinct halves because of the 4-day break that you get. There's never a time where you have multiple days off in a row in a major league season.
But highest ball 4, back-to-back walks in this second inning, and so that's a nice start to the second half for Gallo. Well, next Wednesday, July 25th, the Rangers and the A's. It's a 7:05 game, and it will be at Texas Chili Company $1 hot dog night, and you can get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS.
You know, along those lines, as you know, I have a lot of ideas, most of them terrible. But I thought about this too. I was talking to a couple ex-players about this and thinking about the grind. The 4 days is kind of nice for recovery, but you never get the rest of the season over the 6 months, never get back-to-back days off.
Little bunt, third base side, barehand Ramirez, the throw, not in time! DeShields beats it out. Another bunt single, and the bases are loaded.
This is so good to see from Delino DeShields. First of all, just a tremendous bunt against a really difficult pitcher, especially when you talk about facing righties. He's got the nasty slider. It's been an issue for Delino. Man, that is perfectly placed. You saw that top hand come off almost right at contact just to deaden that ball as he catches it off the end. Jose Ramirez does everything he possibly can, but not in time. And Delino doing just a tremendous job of getting the ball down and using his great speed.
See those super slow-mo replays, and certainly very close play at first, but nothing to indicate that he wasn't safe. So Chirinos, Gallo, and DeShields out there for Shin-Soo Choo. Bauer's first pitch right in there for a strike. Now Bauer really not his sharpest tonight. 4 hits and 2 walks first time through the order. This is a guy who you talk about first half, second half. Last year with 7-7 in the first half. Post All-Star break, he was 10-2 with an ERA of 3.01. Ground ball right side, and it rolls through. Chu is aboard. Chirinos is in. The bases are loaded, but DeShields is hung out to dry, and they will tag him out. Beasley and Gallo to talk things over here, and it looks like really just judging the body language of Tony Beasley. I think he may have had a different idea for Joey Gallo there.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a misread. You get in a tough spot here as a third base coach because you're directing the runner, but you're also directing the runner behind him. And so you wonder right here if Joey Gallo either saw something that was intended for Delino, or if he just lost trust right here. We're going to see there's the, you know, you see what he did right there? He looked up, and so you saw Tony Beasley put that left hand up and then start to wheel him in. But at the time, Joey Gallo was looking, so I think he interpreted that as a stop sign, and then he decided to look at the ball, and you're not supposed to do. That's the one thing you have to do, and it's so difficult because you want to see what's going on. You want to see the action. But in those spots, it's supposed to be eyes on the third base coach the entire time. I think Joey Gallo thought he was being held up, and so at that point then he wanted to check in and see what was happening with the play.
Well, a one-run game now, a base hit and an RBI for Chu. The putout goes 9-6. And Willie Calhoun with a chance to drive in potentially the tying run, fouls this one straight back.
One thing that surprised me there a little bit was that Delino didn't stay in a rundown to at least allow Chu to get the second. I think that's something you wanted to see. It would have caused some chaos on the bases. Here's another look at it. See Joey then look for the ball, and Delino was making the assumption that he was going. But I think at this point he could. Now it's tough. There's a lot of guys over there, I know, but it's one of those situations where you'd rather have, I think, both guys standing at second base and you tag one of them out. Yeah, that's the only thing that. And obviously Delino knew there was nowhere to go, and it would have been tough.
Calhoun, base hit, right field. That'll tie the game. Gallo is in. Chu goes to third, and we're square at 3. Just like last year, Willie Calhoun's first hit of the season drives in a run.
This is what you like about Willie Calhoun, is that he's going to put the ball in play. He's going to give you a tough at-bat. It's a good breaking ball, but you see that kind of level swing that he has, and hits it right into the ground and takes that big hop over Edwin Encarnacion to turn that into an RBI single.
A mound visit as they will talk things over momentarily here. You definitely get the sense that Bauer is just a little out of sorts today. And Carl Willis with the quick visit. 3-3 our score.
Bauer did not pitch in the All-Star game, even though he was there. He wanted to in the worst way, and joked about maybe pitching for the national team, who's running out of pitchers a little bit quicker had it gone a little bit deeper. 10 innings in that All-Star game on Tuesday night.
So they're on the corners again, and here is Andrews. Elvis 0 for 1. Struck out in the first inning. And he shoots this one the other way foul. So an unusual start to this one. Rangers got a run in the first, 2 so far here in the second inning. And it's another 20 pitch inning for Bauer. 0-2 the count.
Well, it's obvious that Trevor Bauer has made a decision to throw a lot of these breaking balls to Elvis Andrews and to vary the speeds on them a little bit. He's a good plus-minus guy, meaning he knows when and how to add a couple of miles an hour, take a couple of miles an hour off the same pitch, as if to make it look different. And look what he's done this year: 166 swings and misses on breaking pitches this year. That's the second most in all of baseball. Did it again.
And when he went, Sam Holbrook didn't need any help. Andrews strikes out second time tonight.
I just wonder a little bit here if Elvis Andrews is going to get any fastballs in the strike zone against Trevor Bauer. You see Elvis unable to hold his swing up. He tried to pull it back. Pretty steady diet, though, breaking balls from Bauer to Andrews so far.
Well, he tried to spin some of that slow stuff up to Beltre in the first inning, and Adrian doubled to left field to bring in the first run of the game. See if he can match that feat again here. Chu at third, Calhoun at first, and Adrian wants a moment. Bottom of the second inning, and Beltre already up for a second time. Cut a corner, 0-1.
I think we've seen it tonight. The corners will be called, as you're going to see a good look at that breaking ball, and it probably was just a little bit off, but Sam Holbrook has made a decision. I think we've seen it from the very beginning of this game that the edges and maybe even just off the edges are in play.
A little too far that time with a 96-mile-per-hour fastball. 1-1 the count. Yeah, I think the low strike in particular today too for Sam Holbrook is definitely in play. You can get a call just a little below the knees.
Oh,
there's an exaggerated corner call, 1-2, and Beltre probably not real happy.
That one, there's edges and then there's kind of significantly off the plate. I think that one was in the secondary category there.
Fox Tracks registered that one in Fort Worth. All right, the 1-2. And Beltre comes up empty. So back-to-back strikeouts by Bauer, and he gets himself out of any further trouble. Well, the Rangers tie it up with a 2-run second inning. Willie Calhoun driving in his first run of the year. We head to the third. at your local Buick dealer. 3-3 in the third, of course. First game back after the All-Star break. Indians and Rangers. A very warm evening here in Arlington, and Martin Perez got a little break after that long second inning, and he goes to work on Lindor. Lindor was at the plate when Rajai Davis was caught stealing to end the second. And he hits this ball hard out to center field, slicing away from DeShields, and it drops in. Base hit for Lindor. We will take a Chevy game break and check in with Leslie McCaslin.
Left fielder Michael Brantley.
Yikes.
That's a pretty good week.
3 position players pitched in that game. Ian Happ with a shutout inning. Tommy LaStella not so lucky. He allowed a run. And then Victor Caratini, he had the roughest of the group. He went an inning and allowed 2.
Three position players seems like a lot to me.
Well, it's Joe Madden too.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately for the Cardinals, only counts as 1 win.
Well, Brantley takes low, and the count 2-0. Brantley struck out in the first inning. Indians got their 3 runs in the second. And this will be a big half inning for Martin Perez. See if he can bounce back here in the third after struggling in the second, but then getting some runs to get him new life in this game. Clearly going to keep an eye on Francisco Lindor, a guy who has some speed over there at first base. 13 steals for Lindor. Brantley bounces one second base. Odor quick shovel to second, and no relay offered by Andrews. So Lindor forced out, 4-6, and Brantley simply replaces him at first. Now Jose Ramirez, our TXU Energy power player to watch. How about this? A 5th player in Major League history with 20 homers and 20 steals going into the All-Star break. Now he had 29 home runs. It joins just 4 other players in Major League history to reach both those marks prior to the All-Star game, and he takes a strike here for Martin Perez. And there are the other 4. Soriano, A-Rod, the great Eric Davis with Cincinnati, and Bobby Bonds.
And that's something we just won't see very often. I mean, just a power speed combination we just don't see. And Jose Ramirez, Francisco Lindor is another who brings it to the table. And remember back in the day, like chasing the 40-40 was such a big deal. We don't even hear about that anymore. It's not even really on the table. Well, Jose Ramirez, even though again it's not the halfway point, you wonder whether or not he'd have an opportunity to do it.
Certainly 30-30 would be in play.
Yeah. Wasn't Canseco? Was he our last? He was our last.
The last 40-40?
Yeah.
Gosh, could that be?
Like when
in the dirt, 1 and 2.
Whenever I think 44, I always think about, was Jose Canseco in one of those chases like when I was younger?
No, I'm sure
like
he was. Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's a funny thing is when you said that, that was the first name to come to mind for me as well. But I'd be sad. I would think Barry Bonds would have been the last. Oh no, not the last one. Alfonso Soriano.
Oh yeah.
With the Nationals in 2006. Are you kidding me?
So it's been a while.
It has been a while, but I'm surprised it was even that recently. It's only happened, well, 4 times. 4 different players have done it. Canseco, Bonds, A-Rod, and Alfonso Soriano.
What year was Canseco? You know, is it on there?
He was the first, 1988.
Okay, that's probably what it was. That was high school years for me. And that's why it was all the talk.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Jose Ramirez. Ramirez grounded out on the first. He's 0 for 1.
So will we ever see it again? Becomes the question now.
I think we will.
You do?
Yeah. I think you'll still have guys that get 40 stolen bases, and the way home runs are trending, everyone's going to hit 40 home runs every year. Pop up into center field. The Shield started back now, has to hustle in. 2 away. Well, Sunday, August 5th, the Rangers and Orioles. It's a 2:05 game, and the first 15,000 fans are going to get a Ted Williams first Rangers manager bobblehead, courtesy of Sweet Baby Ray's. Tickets are available at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS.
We had a lot of Ted Williams talk on the road trip. We were in Boston. Of course, that red seat out there. You know, Rookie hit a pretty big home run. And then sticking down the line, and it wasn't even sniffing that red seat as far as the distance. So I'm talking about that. Tom was obviously a lot more knowledge, Ted Williams knowledge, than I have. Talking about bats and heaviness. It seems like it's a Ted Williams year here.
Now, the red seat is what, 500, is it like 504 feet? How far is that from home plate?
I should know, as a former play-by-play man who just did a series up there at Fenway Park. You would think. But then you think, well, wait a minute. Not that play-by-play man. He certainly isn't going to know.
Encarnacion 0 for 1, grounded out in the second inning. It was somewhere between 500 and 510 feet. Gotta be. Breaking ball just misses. Encarnacion can hit big home runs. Certainly has done plenty of that in his career. And he's with the Indians on the largest free agent deal they have ever handed out. 3 years, $60 million. Last year was year 1. And he did not disappoint. 38 homers, 107 RBIs. And he takes in. The other part of the equation last year for Encarnacion was he drew 104 walks. Second most in the league. Always been tough on lefties. Very consistent professional hitter. First base tonight. The 2-1 pitch. High fly ball center field, and that one's going to stay in the yard, and DeShields has plenty of time to get underneath it. So quiet. Top of the 3rd inning. We go to the last of the 3rd. Indians and Rangers tied at 3. It's light, done right. So Globe Life Field and north entrance really coming together. These are some of the renderings here, and that'll be the north entrance to Globe Life Field. And just about complete. We're hoping to have it ready for the opening of Texas Live on Thursday, August 9th. And so they have had the concrete rising. The seating bowl began the middle of last week. The steel work coming together on the Rangers office building. Really just fantastic stuff across the street. And we've been gone for nearly 2 weeks. Last home game here was July 4th. And the long road trip. Came back today and took a quick peek around. I thought, oh my goodness, looks like we've been gone for a month.
So what do you think we're looking at there? Like kind of the mezzanine level?
Yeah.
Is it safe to say? All right, that is the
that's
the seats
bowl,
of the
yeah.
ballpark, right? Yeah. It is amazing the progress that they can make and how fast they can make it happen. I wonder, they slow it down a little bit in this kind of weather and trying to be careful. It's certainly, I kind of believe, an issue to some degree. But
why? What do you mean?
It's a little cold out if you don't do that.
What? Odor strikes out swinging to start the third. That's 3 straight strikeouts now for Trevor Bauer, so he's sort of settling in a little bit.
Now let's get to our Southwest player breakdown. Ronald Guzman, I thought, did a really nice job here defensively. You see him come off of first base. Watch this right here. As soon as he knew Davis was taking off for second, what you're supposed to do there is come to the pitcher. That is exactly what he did. And what that also does for you is it creates a lane on the throw. If you stand there at first base and just catch that ball and then try to throw it to second, you're going to have to work that throw around the runner. That was perfectly executed defense. One of those little things that you expect to be done right at first base, and it doesn't always happen that way. Ronald Guzman put on a clinic as far as what you do in those situations when the runner takes off and the ball comes to you. Especially for a righty. For a right-handed thrower, you have got to get over there because you got to turn around the other way. A little bit easier for a left-handed thrower like Guzman.
Bauer's 2-0 pitch a little high, 3-0. He struck out Guzman in the first inning. Ronald checked in with that .322 on base average, as you pointed out, 4th best among American League rookies. He has done a terrific job this year. We didn't know when he came up if he'd be up for a couple of days, maybe a week. Who knew that he would get this kind of time, but he has been great and has not relinquished his spot at first base. Bauer frustrated as he walks in with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. So Trevor Bauer is an obvious candidate when you start talking about Kubota power stats. Great strikeout numbers. He's the 3rd pitcher in Cleveland's rich history with 175 or more strikeouts before the All-Star break. Only Bob Feller and Sam McDowell have matched that achievement.
Bob Feller probably had about 100 more innings pitched too. When you think
Probably,
about
yeah.
back in his day, and just an absolute stud when it came to taking the ball and finishing every game that you started. Not every game, but it's from a different era.
Of course, sudden Sam McDowell, he probably had a lot more innings as well. I think 1970 was a far different game than how we play things today, as Chirinos steps in here.
What year was that for Feller? Was it 41?
46 maybe?
Oh, 46. Yeah, he only had 371 innings that year.
Jeez. What about Sam McDowell in 1970?
Let me look it up for you.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, that seat, the Ted Williams
305.
seat, 502
Ooh.
feet from home plate. I took care of that.
Yeah, appreciate it.
So what'd you get for?
I looked at an article real quickly that was talking about it leading up to the All-Star game in '99. Did not mention how far the seat was. I was like, are you kidding me? 305 innings for Sam McDowell in 1970. Trevor Bauer would be happy to get to 200. He hasn't done that yet in his career. But he's a guy that's not afraid of big pitch counts either. He believes that he could absolutely throw 150 pitches in a game. The Indians will not allow him to do that. He's a different cat. Trains hard, digs in probably more than any other pitcher I've ever heard talk about mechanics, training, spin rates. I mean, all of it. He is a savant to some degree. When you start talking about
really kind of getting into the mechanical side and analytical side of pitching.
One-two. And a breaking ball pop foul out of play. He's a bright guy, Trevor Bauer, and he has poured his mental energies into a subject that's very, important to him. And so he's taken as much information as he can get from as many sources as possible and tried to come up with the best ideas and solutions to pitching problems. And he is, you're right. I mean, he's absolutely been out there kind of on his own island at times. Criticized by some. And there were portions of his career where he was deemed sort of difficult to work with. People didn't want to have to deal with him.
Miguel Montero, who's catching him in Arizona, had some issues with it. Before he got drafted, he was very clear about kind of how he approached pitching. A lot of times, and this has changed significantly, but it used to be you went into a system. Now you were part of that system. You were going to do things the way that organization did things. Well, now players get so much outside help, but he was kind of a leader in that regard, where right before the draft he said, listen, this is what I do. Here's how I long toss. It's 300+ feet. If you want to change me, don't draft me. Yeah. He was pretty clear about that. The Diamondbacks took him anyway. And that's when Kirk Gibson was managing the Diamondbacks. And you talk about oil and water. I mean, old school, new school. And it just did not work out in Arizona at all.
And it did not take long for Arizona then to move on in a different direction. You can see longest active streak in baseball with 100 or more pitches per start. He's gone 20 in a row, and certainly with the way things have gone tonight, he's well on his way to 100. Here's my thing, right? He comes at it from his own perspective and says, listen, I'm doing it my way. More or less, I'll listen to you, but we're going to do it my way. And people bristle at times.
Yeah.
And my reaction to that is, well, if we look around Major League Baseball at all levels, can't we say that we have largely failed pitchers? I mean, pitchers get injured more.
Well,
it's harder and harder to get, innings and effectiveness out of guys for, sustained periods of time. So what's the problem with a guy thinking outside the box? To say, you know what, this system that you guys use, it doesn't look real good to me. I don't.
Well, I think
I'm kind of on his side.
Well, here's the deal. You always thought, and there was this assumption that generally you were, kind of young and dumb, and you thought you knew everything, right? That was kind of how a lot of players were treated, and some guys who tried to do their own program and they would be ridiculed for it. But with Trevor Bauer, he did kind of set the stage for the revolution that has come, which is a lot of outside help. And now organizations are much more open to it. Tell me what you did as an amateur. What did you work on? How did you get there? How did you train? So that they can make sure they develop you in the right way. But there was a time where that was completely ignored, hugely frowned upon. If you came out of a college program and tried to continue doing your college program, people would kind of laugh at you and tell you were being foolish. But that has changed as the game has advanced. And it's the other part of it too. When you take a guy 3rd overall in the draft, and he's like, well, this is how I do it. And we're like, well, we're giving you, back then probably, I don't know what he got, $3 or $4 million. This is how we do it. And we're giving you all this money. We're making a huge investment. We can't just let you go off on something that we don't know about and not sure we really believe in anyway. We have a way of developing pitchers. Whether it's worked out or not, when you make that kind of investment in a player, unlikely you're just going to let them go do their own thing.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Gallo. He walked Gallo in the 2nd inning. That's another lengthy inning for Bauer. He has thrown no fewer than 20 pitches in every inning. This will be his 20th pitch here in the 3rd. Yeah, there you see the pitch count by inning for Bauer. So nothing easy so far tonight for the right-hander. 2-2. And Gallo comes up empty. 7th strikeout of the night for Bauer. He strikes out the side in the 3rd. Head of the 4th inning. Indians and Rangers tied at 3.
Apiece as we welcome you back to Globe Life Park in Arlington for our progressive fan of the game. And it is A.B. Stockton here with her family celebrating, what birthday is it for you?
85th.
85th. You look tremendous, darling. And I have to ask you who your favorite player is.
Adrian.
Adrian Beltre, and very fitting since you're A.B. Stockton, he's Adrian Beltre. Well, congratulations on winning fan of the game and happiest birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Guys, thank you. Nice to see you too.
Oh, that's awesome. Happy birthday, AB.
It's an automatic, right? If you're AB, then AB has to be your favorite player, right?
I think so. Even if you're DR.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He could be your favorite player. I think. He's awesome. Martin Perez. There's AB. I bet if you polled a lot of folks here tonight, they'd say, yeah, that's my favorite Ranger.
Most hits by a Dominican-born player. Didn't even really think about this, and we have the pitcher, the most wins by a Dominican-born pitcher.
Well, scalded by Geyer, and Gallo, or rather Odor, almost had it. Geyer has a leadoff single.
A couple of good at-bats against Martin Perez for Brandon Geyer, and that is why he is in the lineup tonight. The reaction from Ruben Odor. I think he thought he had a legitimate chance to get this. Probably wondering if it went through his glove a little bit. You see Chu hustling over and then decides to throw behind Geyer, but no play there at first. Oh, big turn and a little
Drop something.
Who put that base there?
Davis now takes one a little bit low for a ball. Diaz rather. Had a base hit in the second inning. Drove the first run of the game for the Indians. And he takes a strike. There's that corner call that Holbrook has been giving tonight. Not sure he agreed with that.
It's interesting. See him? See Holbrook
like,
looking?
Yeah.
Diaz right there. I mean, unless he said something. You never know. Guys can do a good job of not looking at the umpire and saying something.
Fly ball out to right field. Chu chasing it back to the wall, and he makes the catch. Nicely done. Tagging, heading to second, Geyer. And he advances on the fly ball out, but a nice play by Shin-Soo Chu.
This is a tremendous play, and for Chu to prove that he can still play the outfield, I think has been important to him. He has talked about that. He still views himself as a guy that can play the outfield regularly, and this was a fantastic play. First of all, this ball was well struck off the bat of Yandy Diaz, and I've talked about his ability to go away. That's the way he go the other way. That's the way he approaches his at-bats. But Chu didn't have a lot of time to try to time this. And he does an excellent job of catching it right in front of the wall.
So now Kipnis homered in the second inning. Lefty on lefty here. And he fouls that one off himself.
The at-bats of Geyer and Diaz this afternoon or tonight so far, I mean, they're 3 for 4 combined. They've scored a couple of runs. The one out has been that hard line out to right there. Just gives you an idea of the depth of what they have here in Cleveland. These are guys that don't take regular at-bats. Diaz just got called up. This is his first game this year. Geyer plays pretty much predominantly just against lefties. They run very deep here in Cleveland. That gives them an opportunity, if they make any more moves, to be able to make some trades, because they got some guys in the minor leagues that people have been talking about as well that are blocked right now because this team is so deep at the big league level.
Kipnis, slow roller, right side. Odor is right there. 2 away. But Geyer at third base now. Give us a moment now for a word from our friends at Southwest Kia.
At Southwest Kia, we've made car buying easy. $250 down delivers, monthly payments $250 a month or less. SouthwestKia.com.
So a scoreless third inning by Martin Perez, trying to follow it up with another scoreless inning here in the fourth. And he needs one more man to get that done. Roberto Perez struck out looking in the second inning. He fouls that one away. Not a huge offensive threat. It's 0-2. Well, Martin had that one stumble in the second inning, a 31 pitch inning. And that one crowds Roberto Perez to make it 1-2, but he came back with a really pretty effective third. He was outstanding in the first inning, and it might be a little turning point, a little shift perhaps in momentum if he can complete a quick scoreless fourth inning here and get his team right back to the plate. The 1-2 in the dirt.
Good pitch there from Martin Perez down and in. He used the fastball up and in very effectively. And see what he's done here so far by inning, and outside of that second inning, everything else has been pretty good as he'll try to finish things off here in the fourth.
Strike three called, and he gets Perez, and it's another effective half inning for Martin Perez. Now we come back. Bottom of the fourth, DeShields leads it off. Then Chu and Willie Calhoun. It's a tie game. GMC. Visit your local GMC dealer today. A pretty even game so far by the numbers. Bottom of the fourth inning, Rangers back to work here in the fourth inning. And Trevor Bauer, after a bit of a rocky start, he's had to use a lot of pitches per inning, but he has responded by striking out 5 of the last 6 batters he has faced. So seems like the hard throwing right-hander might be settling in just a little bit. Rocks back in his first pitch to Delino DeShields, right in there for a strike. And Delino had that beautiful bunt single to load the bases in the second inning, eventually leading to a 2-run inning. Oh, 2.
So because of that, the corners were in, but now with 2 strikes, they can go back. One of the issues for Delino when he has struggled here as of late has been that slider from righties. You see Bauer try to throw that breaking ball out of the zone. He's had a little bit of a difficult time laying off of that pitch, the one that starts to strike and finishes out of the zone. And you're going to go through periods where there's just some pitches that you have a hard time picking up. And lately it's been that right-handed slider for Delino.
Rolls this one to third. Ramirez with a good charge, and he just does get Delino one away here in the 4th inning.
Tell you what, there's not too much Jose Ramirez can't do. This is a really nice play. He knows he does not have a lot of time. He has to rush that throw and gets his ball on the second bounce. Doesn't barehand it. Realizes that ball was probably too low to barehand. And a really nice exchange and a strong throw on the run.
One gone, and Chu, a couple of hits already tonight. His on-base streak at 52 games. The longest streak in baseball this year. Longest in his career. Last time anybody in Major League Baseball went 52 straight, Kevin Millar was with the Orioles in 2007. Did not go. 2-1 the count.
So I talked to Chu before the game. He faced, was it Josh Hader that he faced?
He did,
right?
yeah.
And so he said jokingly when A.J. Hinch put him in there against the lefty who throws really hard, he said, "You sure? You sure this is the guy you want me to pinch hit against?" And he took 97 miles an hour and drilled it to left field. And we've seen that from Chu. It doesn't surprise Ranger fans that have been watching him closely. And I've talked about this a lot. He has been excellent on high velocities this season. But to do it in a pinch hit situation against 97 against the guy you've never seen. Some at bat for Chu in the All-Star game.
He also said this afternoon he felt like that should count for a half game.
Sure.
on his streak. So technically it's a 52.5 game streak.
And then you get to round up and it becomes 53.
Exactly. Payoff pitch, and he pops this one up. Short left field. Ramirez out there from third, and there are 2 away. Well, the Rangers made a roster move today before the ball game. Nomar Mazara was placed on the 10-day disabled list today. He has that sprained thumb that had been bothering him. So that moved retroactive to Tuesday. And the corresponding move then was to call up Willie Calhoun. As we mentioned earlier, Willie got here just in the nick of time for today's ball game. Arrived around 5 o'clock or so at the airport. I don't know what the transportation situation is from there.
Police escort, maybe?
I'm pretty sure they do a good job of getting him here quickly. And so in the lineup, and already has an RBI single tonight.
I'll tell you something, you feel pretty special. Now, we get police escorts once in a while through traffic when we're with the team. But when you're solo, and I don't know if you got one or not, but I've been in that spot before where I actually landed during a game one time when I got called up and the game went to extras as I was landing. We were really thin on pitching. We had a boogie.
So who'd you have to pick up and drive over?
Yeah, so I had to get. Come on. Which you would think it'd be the opposite. They're like, hey, take your time, go the long way.
Show him the bus line.
We'll ride through Queens first, see Long Island, then make your way over to the Bronx. It's actually the other team that was driving today. Hurry up, get here.
Well, Calhoun draws the walk, so really nice job so far. And it brings up Elvis Andrus. Tomorrow, 7:05 game. First 15,000 fans are going to get the Elvis Andrus Best Friends bobblehead, courtesy of Dr. Pepper and Tom Thumb. You can still get tickets. Go to TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS. Will complete your set, especially if you had the first half of the set with the Adrian Beltre Best Friends bobblehead earlier this year.
So nice job by the Rangers. Trevor Bauer, I mentioned, comes in with a 2.8 per 9 walk rate. That's a career best for him. 4 walks tonight for the Rangers. Well, that ties a season high for Trevor Bauer. And so, I mean, not exactly what you would expect. A guy who's been throwing a lot of strikes, coming in against a pretty aggressive team in the Rangers. So we talked about it in our open. What do we want to see from the Rangers? They continue to work on that plate discipline. And game 1 after the All-Star break is turning into a good one so far.
A rare fastball to Elvis. They've thrown him a lot of off speed, but showed him one there. It was inside, not really a very hittable pitch. Now, if I'm Elvis, given the way things have gone here, I mean, I'm just totally guessing, right?
You can if you're comfortable being. Now, the first couple of bats, he looked somewhat uncomfortable. And so the idea of sitting on an off-speed pitch here, especially a breaking ball, whether it be the slider or the curveball, is probably not a bad idea.
Up and in, 2-1.
You know, some guys are comfortable doing that summer now. The idea of sitting on a pitch throughout an at-bat. There are guys that are relentless and some really good hitters. Like, they know they may be facing a guy like Bauer and say, I know I'm going to get one slider for a strike. I don't know when it's going to be, but I'm going to get one, and I'm going to be ready for it. That means you get burned on the fastball, and you might miss a couple of what look like hittable pitches. Not all guys are built that way, but you're right. Looking at what Elvis has faced so far tonight, 9 total pitches and just 2 fastballs.
2-1. So a few fastballs in this at bat, but again, just going back, it just seems to me that Bauer's strategy is to get him with a breaking ball. So knowing that, or at least sensing that, if I'm Elvis, I'm still waiting for him. He's going to throw me some fastballs, but nothing to hit.
Well, that's the hard part, right? If you're sitting on one throughout an at bat, do you do it on a 3-1 count? That's a good fastball there at 95 on the corner. But that's where it gets tricky.
Right.
If you're going to subscribe to that, we're not saying Elvis is here, but he's seen a lot of off-speed pitches, and it seemed like Trevor Bauer was kind of tipping his hand. But now you're in a tough spot. Put yourself in that spot, right? You're sitting there, a lot of breaking balls, Well, there was 95 miles an hour on a 3-1 count on the corner. Now what am I going to get? He's going to get a slider. We get a nice little peek, but we can't tell Elvis that. We can't get the information there quick enough.
Well, here it comes. And he pops it foul back our direction.
And I think it makes it really difficult to guess along with Trevor Bauer. One, because he has such a deep repertoire, throws so many different pitches. Also because, you know, he's a little bit different than your average right-hander in the sense of how he approaches the game, how he game plans. And to try to think along with a guy like that, now that might drive you crazy. Heater away.
Let's see. 3-2. And he walked him. Back-to-back walks in this 4th inning, both coming with 2 outs. And it means that he's going to have to deal with Adrian Beltre.
So 5 walks in the night now for Trevor Bauer, which is a season high. Great job by the Rangers to work that pitch count up. You see it there, 87 through 3 2/3 on a night where we started at 107 degrees. So pitch counts are one thing. How you get there is another, and Trevor Bauer is working very hard to try to keep himself in this game.
Well, so he's had trouble with the command, and he's worked hard every inning, 20 or more pitches every single inning. And this is a warm night. This is a tough night to be laboring inning by inning out there. We saw our game time temperature 107 degrees, and since 1990, well, that's the highest that we have had here. Now, it is definitely cooled down a little bit. I mean, it's, you know, grab a sweater and a little throw to put over your legs or something. But still, this is a brutal night to be laboring as Bauer has to this point. Beltre turns away from a strike.
So I thought Adrian was put in a really bad spot in his last at bat. He complained a little bit about the breaking ball that was called a strike, but what that also did, you know, he jokes around with that stuff sometimes, but it forced him to swing at a pitch out of the zone. And when an umpire shows you that he's going to call 3 or 4 inches away on a breaking ball, it can be very tough for a hitter. Because you end up swinging at pitches you otherwise would not swing at, because you now realize with 2 strikes, there's a chance that might be called a strike, even though Adrian knew it wasn't. He chased that pitch to strike out in his last at bat. Very frustrating as a hitter.
We drove in a run in the first inning. Now a chance with Calhoun at second and Andrews at first. Maybe add another here. 2-1. Bauer really fighting it. Beltre did not enjoy a great road trip like many Rangers on that 10-gamer. But he has thrived here at home. A .346 average at home. He is one of the best in the business in his home ballpark. Tie game in the fourth. Bauer's 2-1. That'll even it up. A minimum of 100 at bats this year. Only Mookie Betts, Aaron Judge, and J.D. Martinez hitting for higher averages in their home ballparks. 3,115 career hits for Adrian. And he lines this one to short, and Lindor will take care of it to win the inning. So the Rangers leave a pair, and we'll go to the fifth inning tonight. Still tied at 3. MLB.TV is now available at a lower price. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live with MLB.TV. Your subscription also includes MLB At Bat Premium, which allows you to watch on your favorite supported devices. Just go to MLB.TV for details. Martin Perez out here in the fifth inning. That's 70 pitches for the night. Ajay Davis, ninth place hitter, slaps the first one foul and out of play. Davis singled in the second inning and then was caught stealing. Hits this ball sharply up the middle, and the speedster is on to begin the fifth inning. Well, let's take a quick moment here to hear once again from our friends at Kia.
At Kia, get America's best value backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Perez great his last time out in Baltimore. 7 really solid innings in the Inner Harbor. And today, but for a little hiccup in the second inning, he's been pretty good again. But top of the order coming around here for the third time. Francisco Lindor takes outside for a ball.
He's looked sharp, and you mentioned this earlier at the end of spring training. It seemed like Martin Perez was kind of poised for that big year. He seemed very excited about his season, and it didn't quite get off to the start that he wanted to. He was dealing with that right elbow and the pain, and even though it wasn't his throwing arm, it certainly was affecting the way that he threw. And so they got that taken care of, and who was very good in his first one back, as you mentioned, in Baltimore, and he's looked pretty good so far tonight. Made pitches when he's had to. It's always kind of been the calling card of Martin Perez. Pitching around the edges, first pitch strikes really important. We mentioned 71% first pitch strikes in his last outing.
One of the things he did in that start at Baltimore is he got 3 ground ball double plays, and now he hasn't gotten one here tonight. And this is a pretty tough combo, Davis and Lindor. Lindor has hit into 3 double plays this year. But this is not that real high probability spot you would hope for. But doesn't mean he couldn't get it done. Hard hit ball here to an infielder would do the trick. Lindor's 1 for 2, and he has hit lefties very well this year, and he takes a strike, 2-1. 376 average against left-handed pitching. It's 3rd best in the American League. That finds a corner. 2-2.
A good pitch right on the edge here from Martin Perez. I think when we talk about him and Bartolo Colon, trying to the comparisons, right? That's been a lot of conversation. He has just studied Bartolo Colon, almost attached at the hip to some degree. Bartolo's not afraid to throw the ball down the middle. He's much more successful when he lives on the edges, but at the same time, when he gets behind, he's not afraid to give up home runs. And I think for Martin, he's got to be a little bit more careful at this point because he's got the good movement, so he doesn't have to give in and necessarily throw a ball down the middle. He's best when he's kind of painting the corners. But bigger than that, I think, is more the mental aspect and trying to slow himself down. Martin talked last spring training about trying to pick up his tempo. Remember that? But then there's a different side to that too. As much as we like to keep the game moving along, if you're not built for that, if you need that little extra second, that extra beat, you're better off taking it than trying to rush it and pick up the tempo if that's not who you're built to be.
Well, he loses Lindor, so the first 2 men on in this 5th inning, a base hit and a walk.
A first walk of the night for Martin Perez, and I mentioned pitching around the edges, and I think this is a really good look at it. Now, your first thought is, are those Skittles? And the answer is no, they're not. It's showing you where he has thrown those pitches, and not surprising to see the 2-seam fastball away to righties, down and away, bottom of the zone, the 4-seamer up in there, and you see the red there living up in the top, and that's really important for Martin Perez. If he can stay out there with those pitches on the plate and then just off when he wants to be, that is when he is going to be the most successful. You know, for a while there, he's one of the harder throwing lefties in the game. You got Chris Sale and James Paxton and some others, and as good as the velocity has been, he is still a guy that does not want to necessarily just rear back and try to throw a ball down the plate or even up in the zone. He is better right there, riding the rainbow around the edges of the strike zone.
Well, in a tie game, he has put the first 2 runners on now for the 2, 3, and potentially 4th place hitters for the Cleveland Indians. Michael Brantley is 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded out.
It's the first walk of the night too for Martin, which is certainly an encouraging sign. I think it's a really good lineup. He's not been afraid to go at these guys, and he's been consistent at hitting those spots like that one right there. I love the 2-seam fastball into lefties. Such a difficult pitch. I would always, one of the smart things to do is to talk to hitters. That's something I would always do. I'd always talk to the left-handed hitters that I played with. They talk about looking for the 4-seam fastball away, when they were going to sit on your curveball. But consistently, some of the best left-handed hitters in the league would tell me the last thing I'm thinking about is a lefty throwing me a 2-seam fastball in, because they just do it so rarely. And even if you throw one, you're probably not going to throw 2. And right there, Martin Perez goes back-to-back with fastballs into a lefty. I love it. I think it's a really effective pitch. You got to be comfortable doing it. And a lot of guys aren't. There's a lot of times you'll see a lefty try to go in on the lefty and gets a little tentative, either misses way in and hits him, or he cuts it back over the middle of the plate. And when you cut it back over the middle of the plate, it becomes a really good pitch to hit.
To your point about going after these guys today, first pitch strikes to 14 of the 20 hitters he has faced so far. Little deke on Davis. No throw offered.
I think for Martin, the attitude is, if you're going to get beat, you're going to beat me. I'm not going to beat me. You know, point being is that here's my best in the zone around the edges. He's been working really hard not to walk guys. And these last 2 starts, it's really shown.
Well, that's a beauty. 1 and 2 the count on Michael Brantley. Brantley, not a guy who strikes out a ton. 31 strikeouts coming in. He struck out once already tonight. And he takes inside, another heater in there, and it's 2 and 2.
Love it. And the idea there too is, you know, at 1-2 you're going to shoot edge or in. You're not going to give in. But what Martin Perez has done throughout this at bat is he's opened up the outside part of the plate. Now Michael Brantley covers the plate really well, but Martin is just showing him he is not afraid to throw in. And so if you're Michael Brantley, you want to be aware of that. You don't want to get beat in, and so you know there's a chance that he could come back in. And if you can get even the slightest of hesitation, what that does for you as a pitcher is open up the outside corner just a little bit more. Maybe he's not on that slider down and away nearly as much, or that breaking ball, because he's a little bit conscious of the fact that you might go back in. You buy yourself some real estate on the outside when you're willing to work inside.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out there. And a turn and a throw to second. Got him! Second out tonight that Davis has made on the bases. And a great pickoff move by Martin Perez.
Rajai Davis is standing out at second base because he believes that the Indians will probably want to take a look at this, but they're not going to. And good job by Elvis Andrus to get there, to show the open glove, and then to make the great pick. Martin looks away. As soon as he sees Elvis Andrus open that glove, that's the indicator. I'm going to the bag. Don't pitch here. I'm going to be standing at second base here in a second. In worst case, you step off, you don't throw a pitch. But as soon as he threw that glove out there, Martin knew he was going to second, and he timed it perfectly.
Boy, that's a beautiful play. Now 1 out, the 2-2.
Oh, now he's going to pick on Lindor. By the way, 6th pickoff of Martin's career. The first one was not technically a pickoff, right? That was a caught stealing with Rajai Davis at first, but at second, that is a pickoff. First this year and number 6 in his career.
Now the 2-2. And Brantley keeps the at bat going.
So I don't know if you noticed that, but the pitch before when Martin picked off to first, Robinson Trino set up outside. He wants Michael Brantley thinking, okay, now the breaking ball's coming. They've been pounding me in, here comes the breaking ball. Well, Robinson knew that they were throwing over to first, so that's why he did that. Next pitch, fastball in, they were set up in. So even on the pickoff, Robinson's thinking about what he's going to be throwing next after that.
Another 2-2 pitch and another bouncer foul. Now Brantley is a legitimate double play candidate. He has bounced into 10 double plays this year. He's putting a pretty good at bat.
He is, and the only one in double digits of the active players with the Cleveland Indians right now. But you're right, and it seems like he's doing a nice job of fighting off those inside fastballs, trying to buy himself something out over the plate. So if Martin Perez does go away, he's really got to make sure he gets it down and away.
Seventh pitch of the at bat. Here it comes. And it's outside, so it's a full count. And he didn't like where that one ended up, obviously.
Yeah, he overthrew it a little bit. Yeah. He was shooting corner or off the plate. You never want to go 3-2. You know, the mindset 2-2 is to try to finish the at bat right in that spot, unless you're dealing with an open base. So he knew he threw that a little bit too far outside, and probably trying to be too perfect. The question becomes now, does he go right back in there with a fastball that runs in on the hands of Michael Brantley?
Payoff pitch, ground ball, first base. Guzman, second base, 1. Here comes the relay. In time! And he got the big double play. Martin Perez posts another 0.
Now this was perfectly executed. What an at-bat by Martin Perez. Makes the pitch when he has to, as he so often does. Great job by Ronald Guzman to get rid of it quickly. Nice turn and stretch to finish the Indians off.
Rangers baseball presented by Shiner Light Blonde. It's light done right. 3-3 ball game here, bottom of the 5th inning. This has been a real entertaining game so far tonight. Now the Rangers going to work again against Bauer. Rougned Odor starting things off, and he laces that ball foul. Woo. Got up there in a hurry. 0-1.
What a great job by Martin Perez. First and second, nobody out. You're at the 2 spot in the Indians order. And the inning ends without getting to the 3 spot. That's not easy to do.
Yes, sort of would seem almost impossible. Bouncer up the middle, and that one can't be handled. So Odor is on. That'll be his 2nd hit of the night.
The good work with the bat continues for Rougned Odor. There's a good look at the breaking ball, the rotation from Trevor Bauer. That one stays up in the zone, and Rugi ready for it. Puts a good swing on that breaking ball, drills it right back up the middle. Hits it hard. He would have taken a great play. But too much exit velocity for Lindor.
Guzman turned that nice double play in the top of the inning, the 3-6-3. Now hits here in the 5th with a man on and nobody out. Ronald struck out in the 1st inning, walked in the 3rd. It's 1-0. So it's the 3rd time tonight that the Rangers have managed to get that lead man on. Chu in the 1st inning. Chirinos walked to start the 2nd inning, and now here is Odor with a base hit in the 5th. First 2 times Rangers got that man home. This one fouled away, and it's 1-2 on Guzman. Ronald, one of a number of rookies the Rangers have used and used extensively this year. And it has worked out really well, both for the Rangers and for Guzman, who, as I say, Kiner-Falefa, who's also had a nice little run. There's definitely no guarantee that Guzman was going to get the kind of time that he has had this season. The big 23-year-old has done quite well, and when you look where he stands among American League rookies, top 10 in some of the bigger offensive categories: hits, doubles, homers, and RBIs.
He's talked about feeling very comfortable here. He compared what it was like when he first got to the big leagues, and maybe a little bit wide-eyed and some of that nervousness that comes along with being a rookie. But it sounds like, based on what he has said, that has subsided to some degree. And he has proved that he belongs and is feeling comfortable.
Lindor running. The pitch is taken for a ball. The throw to second. Oh, whoa! Well, they call him out, but this might be one that the Rangers double check. Although rookie walking right off as if that call did not surprise him.
Roberto Perez has a great arm, and you're going to see it here. But first, take a look at the tag. I mean, it just seems like he had beaten this thing. He's in there. Yeah.
His oven mitt was in there.
Now, did he stay on the bag? Is the other part of that. But the Rangers are going to ask for a review. And it certainly seems like the left hand got in there. I guess the question becomes, at any point did he come off? He did not.
Well, I think he's going to be back at second base here in a moment. So they will send this one back to New York. Sam Holbrook, our plate umpire and crew chief, along with DJ Rayburn, the man who made the call out there at second base, jump on those headsets straight off the tarmac of the airport. I've always been amused by those things. Big, durable headsets. Trying to get that Cessna in. Anyway, I don't think this one's going to take a whole lot of time, but it does suddenly introduce a question about that base running mitt that guys wear. It can be a little bit longer, let's say, than their hand, because that's the part that got in. Now, how far can you extend a little oven mitt when you're sliding?
Yeah, that's a good question. But this is a tough team to steal bases against when you start looking at the Cleveland Indians. 17 caught stealing this year by their catchers. That's 5th most in Major League Baseball. They have a nice tandem here with Roberto Perez and Yan Gomes.
All right, so it looks like they've reached their decision in New York, and he is safe. 6th stolen base of the year for Rougned Odor.
Roogie was making me nervous by the fact that he didn't stay out there, right?
I'm with you.
He usually, and a lot of guys do, they'll hang there for a little while, and they usually try to, not that they have any influence on what happens, but it's almost like their confidence makes you feel a little bit better about the way the call might go. So the fact that he came off the field did make me just a little bit nervous, but
yeah,
it went his way, as it should have.
You know, watching it live, I felt like he had it. In any case, he did. This will be the 100th pitch of the night for Bauer in this extraordinary heat in his 3-2. Chopper, left side of the infield, and that's going to be a tough play. There will be no play. Odor has to scramble back to third, but he does. Everybody's safe. So the Condor, and he put some air underneath that bouncer, and it was just enough.
I thought Francisco Lindor was going to make an unbelievable highlight play here, but he made the decision not to throw to first. See the bobble on the exchange. Good job by Roogie to get back to third base. Watch it right here. He catches it, but then it was a little bit of an issue on that exchange. I think he might have made the decision that he wasn't going to throw that anyway. It would have taken a spectacular play, and he is a spectacular shortstop, but that view right there tells you he made the right decision.
Still waiting on a scoring decision on that one.
That's got to be a hit.
I would think.
I don't even know if that's even in doubt. I mean, you're talking about an incredible defensive play on the run on a really tough backhand.
All right. He scored a base hit, so they were just waiting for you to weigh in one way or the other on that.
As they should always, really. It's probably the right way to operate.
Rangers.
Save me the trip down to the official scores booth.
Rangers are 6 for 11 with runners in scoring position tonight, and that's just another one of those hits with a runner in scoring position that unfortunately did not net a run. But nonetheless, they've done a very good job in these spots, and now it's up to Robinson Chirinos.
I saw a highlight. I did not have the sound on. I don't know if you saw this, Chanel, where Al Leiter, former pitcher, Yankee broadcaster, went to the official scorer during the game and was pleading his case on a scoring decision. And you know, Al doesn't do anything low energy. So it was highly animated.
There's a line drive base hit. Odor scores, and the Rangers are back in front. RBI single for Chirinos, and it's 4-3.
This is the Robinson Chirinos that we remember from a year ago. There was some power in his bat, but the level swing, squaring balls up, and that base hit right there just knocked Trevor Bauer out of the game. Check it out right here. Good pitch that was down. The Robbie's good on balls that are down. Trevor Bauer also down and unhappy. I don't know if he thought he was going to catch that ball or what, but Robinson Chirinos cashes one in with runners in scoring position. The Rangers continue to play a good game here tonight.
So the Heat and the Rangers knock him out. Oliver Perez coming on for the Indians.
Now pitching for Cleveland, number 39.
Out of the ball game.
Take a look at the pitch here. Fastball that is pretty well located down, but runners in scoring position. Chirinos is not going to wait around. And he's good at going down in the zone, digging balls out, squaring them up. That was a hard line drive right back up the middle against Trevor Bauer. 105 miles an hour off the bat from Chirinos.
Still nobody out in the inning. Guzman dancing off second. Chirinos at first. Gallo turns away from the first offering from your annual reminder that Oliver Perez will pitch forever.
8th different team in the big leagues. He actually started in the minor leagues with the New York Yankees and was pitching well, but he exercised his out and made his first appearance here in early June. Kind of coincided with the time that Andrew Miller went back on the DL, which was at the end of May. So Oliver Perez has slid in here and done a very nice job. You saw the overall numbers. He's been very good against lefties. They're hitting just 154 against him. And righties, shockingly, hitting just 059 against Oliver Perez so far this season.
One ball, one strike on Gallo. One big swing and a miss. Perez made his big league debut, what, 16 years ago with the San Diego Padres. Came up in 2002, made 15 starts with the Padres, and here he is continuing to toil. Last 2 years with the Washington Nationals. And it's interesting, you know, Nationals very much in the mix last couple of years. Yankees wanted him this year. Indians end up getting him. Both teams very much possibilities for deep postseason runs. So a veteran left-hander from Mexico who continues to be a real valuable commodity for winning ball clubs.
Got the little funky pregame pitch stuff that he does, cracks me up every time. Right, stares out at first base and then does the quick turn, the glove shake, and then off he goes.
Gallo pops this one up near third base. Infield fly rule called and squeezed anyway by Ramirez for out number 1. All right, time for a Chevy game break. Let's check in again with Leslie McCaslin. Thanks, Leslie. So now the Dodgers winners in the big Manny Machado sweepstakes. All it cost him was 5 prospects.
But none of their top 2 or 3 guys. Not that lists mean everything, but I think the Orioles did pretty well. You dig in a little bit, and they've got themselves their hands on some players that they certainly believe will reach the big leagues. And maybe just in time for the Dodgers. Hanging on to that half-game lead in the National League West right now. The Colorado Rockies will have something to say about it, as will the San Francisco Giants. Tight division in the NL West.
Well, as will the Rangers. Rangers playing the National League West this year in interleague play, so they will have their own little impact on that division race. I love the fact, I picked up the newspaper the other day during the All-Star break, and he had 2 division races where the leaders had a half-game lead. And Chicago, I think, maybe had like a 2.5-game lead on Milwaukee. As this one fouled away, 1-2 the count on Delino. I mean, they're all really great races. The largest divisional lead was by the one team that really, by all measures, had not played all that great this year, at least by their standards, and that was the Cleveland Indians. They had the biggest divisional lead in baseball at the All-Star break, 7.5 games. Playing in a woeful American League Central where nobody else has really shown up. 1-2 to Shields. He stays alive.
Certainly Delino happy to see a left-hander in there. He's hitting .272 against lefties coming into this game tonight. 179 against righties. He's put up a good fight here so far against Perez.
He needed the All-Star break in a bad way. That was an awful road trip for Delino. Went 0 for 28 on that roadie, but had a bunt hit earlier tonight. They put some pressure on Ramirez at third with a ground out his last time up. And now putting a good at bat on Oliver Perez, who count 2-2. Shortest start of the year for Trevor Bauer. He's out of the game. Did not get through 5 innings. Guzman and Chirinos out there on the base paths. A run in. Rangers with a 1-run lead. Delino pops this one up. Another infield fly. This one into foul ground again, and this time the first baseman Encarnacion takes care of it.
Well, it's time now for our Built for Baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. We'll take a look at the work of Shin-Soo Choo this evening as the streak has continued with a couple of base hits for the Rangers right fielder tonight. He also made an unbelievable defensive play in front of the wall right field. Very nice job there by Choo, showing off the glove and the stick continuing to do the great work that it's done all year. So I don't have this in front of me, but I'm willing to bet that, I don't know, we've seen that less than 5 times. 2 infield fly rules in foul territory
in the same inning.
In the same inning. Stevie? You got that for us?
Well, Choo takes a strike here.
You think it's ever happened?
Absolutely, I think it's happened.
Really?
For sure.
Foul territory.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
More than 5 times?
Yep.
Really?
You're talking Major League history?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I got to believe so.
2 foul pop-ups that are
It
infield
seemed
fly
easy.
balls.
Seemed easy right there. One strike pitch, and Chu wound up for that one, but in a hole 0-2.
Saw this stat today. You want to talk about foul pop-ups, and I don't know who counts this stuff. This person, whoever knows this, could be the person that could help us find out whether or not that's ever happened. Joey Votto, 6,563 career plate appearances, has never popped out to first base, pitcher, or the catcher.
Lies.
Ever.
Come on.
Ever.
Come on.
It was on the internet, so it's true.
That's pretty remarkable.
I've heard that about him before, and then I saw it come up today once again. Never in his career has he popped out to the first baseman, the pitcher, or the catcher.
I need that from 2 legitimate sources.
No, that's not how I roll. I just throw stuff out there and cite it as internet.com.
0-2. And Chu takes strike 3 called. So, boy, Oliver Perez comes on and gets 2 infield pop-ups in foul territory. And
First
a
time
strikeout
ever.
working for like the 100th time. 5 innings, Rangers by 1. Our WinStar World Casino and Resort Leaderboard. Look at this, the American League home run rankings. You have 5 Indians in the top 50, or 49 even. You have 3 of the top 9. Jose Ramirez leading the way with 29. Encarnacion 9th in the league with his 22.
That speaks to the depth of this lineup. And that's not all they do, right? They're not a lineup that just comes out and slugs. Like you look at Jose Ramirez and you think, okay, well, he's got 29 home runs, but he can do a lot more than that.
This one carrying well to center field. DeShields is back, and that one is gone. 30th home run of the year for Jose Ramirez. And it's a tie game again. One coming on the first pitch of the inning.
That is now a career high in home runs for Jose Ramirez. Hit 29 last year. And gets himself a first pitch fastball middle away, and you see that nice even swing where, even though he's now leading the league in home runs, he's not a pull happy kind of hitter as he goes out to dead center.
So his huge year continues.
By the way, I got unofficial confirmation that it's probably never happened before. Rick Manning has been doing this a long time.
Oh, he says maybe never it's happened.
He says he's never seen it.
Well, that's complete
That counts.
copycat. You two are not official sources. It doesn't count.
Longtime Indians broadcaster. You doubting him?
Yes, and you, mostly you.
Yeah, but now he's in.
Now you're bringing him in, and that's unfortunate for him.
Part of my MO is to drag other people down with me.
.30, and he misses. So Encarnacion follows the home run with a walk.
Let's get you a little stat cast on that home run by Jose Ramirez. Here's the pitch from Martin Perez. Looked like a two-seam fastball. Had a little bit of movement to it at the end, but on the outer half, this guy he's got such a great swing. As you see, the stat cast powered by AWS, 101 miles an hour, and a projected distance of 413. Jose Ramirez. He's such a great story. He was on shortstop and struggling, and they had to move him off for Francisco Lindor. They realized, okay, Jose Ramirez not getting it done. Let's go to Lindor. Now it's time. And they weren't sure where they were going to put him, how they were going to use him. Played some third, played some left field for a while. Terry Francona would tell you unofficially maybe the MVP of that team in 2016. They give him a very friendly, team-friendly contract at 5 years, $26 million. The year he's having right now, the free agent market is worth $26 million, and that's what they'll pay him over a 5-year period.
So the man on here, Geyer, who's been good. Southwest Airlines bullpen live look. Cody Guerin warming up in that bullpen. Wouldn't take too long on a night like tonight to get hot.
It's the opposite, right? You're worried about how much you're throwing down there and trying to pace yourself and save energy. You don't want to waste bullets. I mean, you never want to waste them, but especially when you start getting to that part in the season where it's hot, a lot of places that you go, and then you have some extreme conditions like you do tonight. Guerin's been very good so far for the Rangers. He's been fun to watch.
Whoa. Geyer almost started after that one and then could hardly get out of the way of it. It's a strike, 1-2 the count. Geyer had that double in the second, the hard hit single in the fourth. And by the way, kind of good news, bad news for you on those infield flies.
Get out of here.
1-2 pitch. And strike 3 called, so Geyer down looking, one away. Here's the deal. If you go to rule 2.0.
Oh, yeah, baby. Is it only like 20 years old, the rule?
The infield fly rule. Here's the problem. You know, those were infield flies as called by the umpires. But what you don't hear up here, and what is accurately called, is infield fly if fair. If it's foul, it's no longer an infield fly. Because if you drop it, runners can't advance. There's a bat throw that was one of the best of the year right there. That's probably, I don't know, 130 feet.
All right, we got StatCast on it.
I'll get him on the podium.
I want to know how many times that rotated. What's StatCast doing down there?
Spin rate.
Could you count them here? 1,
He
2,
is
3, 4, 5, 6,
Adrian's
7, 8,
defense.
9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, and then look at AB getting up and it's going to make the throw. In the foul territory. I talk about acting like a child. I mean, nobody has more fun playing baseball than Adrian Beltre.
Yeah, probably nobody gets away with more. Right? I mean, he gets away with a lot of it. One and one the count. So out here, Encarnacion at first base. And Yandy Diaz just called up. His first game of the year for the Indians. Been down in the minor leagues working on his curls. Those are some Pretty impressive biceps and triceps. I mean, he's got good balance. That's pretty awesome.
The medium shirt helps. Helps him look a little better.
That's crazy.
He was the guy that hit that ball that Chu made the really nice play to right field. He's had 2 at bats so far, and he's hit the ball to the right side of the field both times.
2-2. Indians 4 runs tonight. 3 of them have come on home runs. A 2-run shot by Kipnis, and then the solo shot this inning by Jose Ramirez. Count stays 2-2.
So you see Martin trying to work Diaz in after what he has shown you, and they kind of already know. They've seen him before. When you get a guy that's so good, it's really tough. That's why I really like him as a hitter, because he's a little bit more difficult to game plan. He has to show you that he can get to that pitch in. He's got to be quick. And can he show you that he could turn on it? You know he can take a pitch that's middle away and drive it to right field. But the idea of challenging him in or going off the plate with your off-speed stuff is probably the better play. You're not worried about him taking you out of the yard. 2 home runs in the minor leagues for him this year. It would be nice if somehow Martin could find a way to get that ground ball. Now you're in the 2-strike spot. Now he's, again, we talked about him, not a guy that strikes out a ton. 63 strikeouts to 63 walks. So if he's putting the ball in play, love to get that weak ground ball and get yourself out of here with 6 solid innings of work.
2-2. And a chopper through into left field. So, second hit of the night for Diaz. 2 men on now. And we'll bring up the left-handed hitting Jason Kipnis.
That's kind of a tough break there for Martin. He got the weak contact and he got it on the ground. But unfortunately, 2-seam fastball, well located. Anytime you get that kind of weak contact, but perfectly located. A couple of high choppers tonight. You notice that too? I don't know if that's temperature related. I'm not going to get into the ground screw angle of the heat and how it affects the turf, because I wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But Willie Calhoun hit the ground ball that bounced over Encarnacion's head. Ronald Guzman.
Yep.
And that high chopper there down by Diaz. So if you're a pitcher, you're out there dumping water on the front of the plate in between innings. Try to soften that up a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, it's it's a little the British Open style play. It's link style baseball. And those hard fairways and greens, and let it run a little bit. This one lined into center field, base hit around third base, and heading to the plate. Encarnacion throw goes to third. Now they go to second, and it's not in time. Kipnis gets in there, but Encarnacion scores, and Cleveland takes the 5-4 lead.
And Jason Kipnis has had some good swings tonight against Martin Perez. Let's take a look here first to see if he does indeed get in. Foot is high and just barely beats the tag. Now here's the pitch trying to go in. Look at Robinson Chirinos' glove back over the plate. Mentioned whenever you cut a pitch back over to a lefty, it becomes very hittable when you're going left on left. That's exactly what happened. Encarnacion giving it everything he has to score. That's going to be it for Martin Perez.
105 pitches on a night where it's basically been 105 degrees. He leaves trailing by 1. Guerin coming on for the Rangers. top of the 6th inning. Our who's in, who's out pitching change, sponsored by In-N-Out Burger. And who's in? Well, Cody Guerin is in here with men at 2nd and 3rd, only one out.
He's been good this year. This is the pitch arsenal and what he has used so far with both the Giants and the Rangers. That 2-seam fastball at 92 miles an hour. You'll see a lot of that. You'll see the slider as well at 84, and you'll see the changeup occasionally 13% of the time on that pitch from the right-hander. Got the low arm angle, good movement on all his pitches. And so far here with the Rangers has been very good.
The Indians smelling an opportunity here, go to the bench, and they bring in Yonder Alonso to pinch hit for Roberto Perez. So very much an upgrade offensively with Alonso up there, and that one just misses a little low for ball 1. You see the numbers for Alonso, good power. And appreciably better numbers against right-handed pitching, as you might expect. Infield in. And the count 1-1.
There's that good movement that Guerin gets, and a lot of that has to do with the arm angle. It's a low 3/4, almost sidearm sometimes, and when you throw from that arm angle, it's nearly impossible to throw a baseball straight.
Long pause for Guerin, and time asked for and granted. Alonso needed a moment to get out of there. Alonso's been a very productive first baseman this year. The American League first baseman. He leads all of them with his 53 RBIs. So a big spot for the Indians and for Corey Guerin. A one-run game. Diaz at third, Kipnis second base, and a swing and a little tap of foul. 2-2. A big deal with Alonso, signed to replace Carlos Santana at first base. Really struggled against lefties last year. He was with Oakland and Seattle. He was an all-star last year. 2-2 pitch, and up and away. It's a full count.
And Guerin was actually trying to go up and in with that pitch. That's hard to do for a right-hand pitcher with the arm angle that he has. Watch the target trying to go up and in, but to be able to drive that ball inside and actually hit a spot, he would have to start it probably around Alonso's right elbow to get that ball to come back. There's a spot that just kind of take off, and fun reaction from Robinson Chirinos.
Bases are loaded. Alonso takes the walk. Jeff Bannister. So if he has something on his mind. Davis coming up. Talking with Don Wakamatsu. Pinch runner for Yonder Alonso.
Young Gomes. There he is.
And Tyler Naquin will pinch hit.
You weren't kidding about Terry Francona really sensing an opportunity. They just pulled 3 players off of their bench, trying to figure out a way to get a couple of more runs across the board.
Yeah, in the span of 6 pitches. So he is sensing that this is the moment in tonight's game. We will find out. 5-4. Now that being the case, if Let's say Guerin could get a ground ball, get out of the inning. Well, then maybe suddenly a little momentum shift to the Rangers side. Guerin, though, is going to have to find the strike zone. Ground ball, diving stop Andrews to second one, and that's all they'll get. But a great diving stop by Elvis Andrews to prevent more damage in the inning. Cleveland will take the 1 run, and it's their largest lead of the game, 6-4.
A tremendous play here by Elvis. You're going to watch him go to his right, dive, make a great throw off balance, and Rugen Odor not even thinking about trying to turn the double play, which was probably a smart choice on his part. He took a look to third to see maybe if he could get the runner Diaz kind of leaking off off third base, but that didn't happen. Or excuse me, that was Kipnis over there.
So now Francisco Lindor, who is 1 for 2 with a walk. Guerin's first pitch a little bit wide. Three runs in the second inning for Cleveland. 3 runs in this 6th inning, and all 3 charged to Martin Perez here in the 6th.
And so as that line starts to get away from him a little bit, takes away, I think, from the job that he did. Start looking at the runs. I thought Martin threw the ball well, pushed it a little bit, trying to get deeper in the game on a tough night. I mean, ultimately what you want to do is you want to win the game. At the same time, there's a little bit of a point of pride for starting pitcher, knowing the conditions are going to be difficult, and you're coming and going against a really good lineup against an all-star pitcher, and there's a party that wants to outlast him one way or another. Now you want to hand the ball off to your bullpen leading as well, and ultimately that's goal number 1. But something to be said for, I think, Martin Perez out pitching Trevor Bauer this evening as well. It's not the first thing you're looking at, but in what was a matchup that probably favored the Indians on paper when you look at both of these clubs, he did a good job of outlasting the opposing pitcher.
One and one to count on Francisco Lindor. We were showing earlier some of the home run numbers for these Indians hitters, and Lindor with 25 home runs is 3rd in the American League. Slender and really quick shortstop, but he has great power. Last year is 33 home runs, or the most for a middle infielder in Indians franchise history, and this year, of course, way ahead of that pacing with 25 home runs already. He is a once in a generation, once in a franchise history type player for them at short. By the way, Naquin with a steal of second base, uncontested. 2-1 pitch, fouled away.
What's amazing about the power that he has added is that he's done it without giving up very much, right? He gets to the big leagues and he's really impressive as a 21-year-old. In 99 games, hits 12 home runs. You'll take that. 353 on base percentage, and next year kind of similar, 15 home runs. The on base was right there at 358, but when he added and jumped up to 33 home runs last year, batting average came down a little bit, on base percentage came down a little bit. Well, here he is now on a better pace for home runs. The batting average is right back up there, and the on base is at a career high. It's amazing how quickly that has happened for Francisco Lindor.
Pops this one up, and DeShields puts it away, and will end the inning. But a 3-run half inning for the Indians has them in front. The Rangers will turn to Willie Calhoun in the bottom of the 6th. Rangers and Orioles, 7 o'clock game. First 15,000 fans are going to get an Eric Nadel 40th anniversary microphone courtesy of Dr. Pepper and Kroger. Tickets available at TexasRangers.com by calling 972-RANGERS. One of what should be many celebrations of our Hall of Fame radio broadcaster. 40 years. Man on the mic over there. Oliver Perez, and gets that one in there for a strike. Willie Calhoun leading it off in the 6th inning for the Rangers, and he's in a hole 0-2. Off the end of the bat, little cue shot. Perez throws out Calhoun, one away. All right, defensively, Yan Gomes stays in the game and takes over behind the plate. Tyler Naquin remains in the game and is now in center field. Terry Francona says, well, as long as we're doing substitutions, let's get Perez out of here. That's enough. He's done his job. And now the right-hander Ramirez coming on for the Indians.
Couple of big hits by both of these teams. First, it's Robinson Chirinos with that 105-mile-an-hour single up the middle as he drives in Rougned Odor. Then it was Jason Kipnis does a nice job with his base hit up the middle, as you see Encarnacion scoring there. Been a tight game so far with the Indians leading it by 2, but a couple of big hits, a couple of veterans in both of these lineups.
Now Neil Ramirez has come on to pitch for the Indians, and Elvis Andrus takes off the plate for a ball. Elvis 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts, but has also walked tonight.
Good year for Neil Ramirez. They really have been relying on him, leaning on him a little bit more than was expected this season with all the injuries and lack of production that they have had. And he's done a pretty nice job for Terry Francona's pen. 174 against lefties, 222 against righties so far this season, striking out 10.3 batters per 9 and walking just 2.6 per 9, both very good rates.
Well, Andrews trying to get on here in this 6th inning, and does. Takes a 4-pitch walk from Neil Ramirez. Base runner. It's a potential tying run up in the form of Adrian Beltre. Beltre straight up on the infield. Adrian 1 for 3 tonight. And he takes a strike. Look at that.
Wide open on the right side, for me, is not always a great play with Adrian Beltre. He uses the field as good as anybody, especially with the runner at first. Lots of room over there.
He goes to the right side, but in the air. Hanging up. Geyer is there for out number 2. Puts it in the hands now of Rougned Odor.
The second baseman, Rougned Odor.
Well, this is the first day back after the All-Star break for both these teams. Yesterday, what it was it Cubs Cardinals yesterday? The only game?
Yep.
And Cardinals lost that game. Yeah, Cubs won that game yesterday. But today, the Braves and Nationals in a big game in the National League East. Braves won that one 8-5, but maybe of greater interest was that Steven Strasburg, after being pulled from the game, came down into the dugout, and Max Scherzer was right there, looked like to congratulate him or something. And they had a very short conversation that apparently Strasburg did not like, and invited him down into the runway under the stadium there by the dugout. So don't know exactly what happened between those two, but it looked tense, let's just say. And reports coming out of Washington that Dave Martinez, the manager, met with the two of them in his office for about 15 minutes after the game ended. So more trouble in paradise for the Nationals. It has just been more of a struggle than they could have imagined this year.
I wonder if it was to congratulate him. Strasburg only went 4 2/3, allowed 6 runs in that game, took a loss when it was all said and done. But interesting, I mean, Max Scherzer, he cares. And he is a guy that is unbelievably intense, but he cares about what's going on with the ball club right now. They're trying to figure it out, get it together. They actually wore jerseys during batting practice that did not have their names on the back. It just said Nationals. They're kind of grasping at straws. Nice throw.
Elvis got a good start, and he gets his 3rd stolen base of the year. Yan Gomes, like a decent peg, but
that was a good throw, but he couldn't hold on to it. Good jump here by Elvis, as you see him peeking in. So I'm going to keep an eye on what's happening there. But yeah, I think he was going to be safe anyway.
Not a bad throw. Lindor just did not hold it. And to your point, I don't think it would have mattered either way. His 3rd stolen base. And so Elvis in scoring position. 3-0, and Odor is taken all the way. That's a strike. Rugi's had a pretty good night at the plate. 2 hits in his 3 tries. Scored a run. Rangers 4 runs on 9 hits. Three-1. It's fouled away.
Good swing there by Rugi, and you could tell after he finished it off, he wanted another shot at that one. You know, he's been, I won't say he's been restrained, because he's still aggressive, but he's been trying to be more selective in what he does. And when he gets himself in a good fastball count and gets the pitch that he wants and knows that now I can really let it fly, his eyes kind of light up a little bit. When he ends up fouling that pitch off, you know he wishes he could get another shot at it. He's done a good job. Go back to the beginning of June, and the adjustments and the patience are really starting to pay off for Rougned Odor.
This is June 10th. Hitting
I said June
276. He swings and misses here, and that strikeout ends the inning. So Neil Ramirez comes in, walks the first man he faces, but he gets his team out of trouble. We go to the 7th inning. Indians up by 2. Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. And by Shiner Light Blonde. It's light done right. All right, Ricardo Rodriguez takes over here in the 7th inning with the Indians up by 2, 6-4 our score, and Rodriguez becomes the 3rd Rangers pitcher of the night.
Well, just the 4th game for Rodriguez, 5 2/3. He has struck out 3. And the Rangers got a good arm. We've talked about him a lot. I think there's an opportunity to take on a more significant role after he gets some more innings under his belt. The fastball averages 96 miles an hour. The slider sits at 85 and the curveball at 78 for Rodriguez.
And he may indeed find himself taking a more significant role in this Rangers bullpen. First offering to Brantley, a little bit high for a ball. There was the news yesterday, late yesterday, that the Rangers had made a trade, and I saw the deal and I thought, well, that makes all kinds of sense. We talk about a lot of different guys that the Rangers may trade or maybe are in play, that kind of thing. But Jesse Chavez was the man traded to the Cubs, and I thought that was a pretty wise move by Chicago as Brantley flies out to center field, 1 away. And Chavez to the Cubs, and the Rangers get back a 22-year-old left-hander, Tyler Thomas, who was sent to Low A Hickory. And some good promise in Tyler Thomas. A guy has a pretty good power arm, lots of strikeouts, and Rangers just hope for his development going forward, while the Cubs meanwhile get a right-hander, Chavez, who can fill a handful of different roles or needs for them in their bullpen, and who was very effective here. Really had moved up into a consequential spot in the Rangers bullpen.
Good protection for them, I think, in their bullpen as well. Adding depth, as all contenders like to do, regardless of where you are at the moment. And they're in a division that they should probably win, but nothing is guaranteed. The Milwaukee Brewers are going to try to have something to say about that when it comes to what happens in the National League Central. How about this? 7th time for Jesse Chavez being traded in his career.
Yeah.
7th time.
Hard ground ball right side. Great job by Odor to a knee, and he takes care of Jose Ramirez. 2 away. Well, trade talks continue to swirl around this Rangers team, and the one starting all the rumors, of course, is Emily Jones.
Yes, obviously, fueling them especially. Adrian Beltre, the subject of a lot of those trade rumors, and in talking to Adrian, he says, he's not used to it. He's never been traded, so he's not really used to being in this position, but he's also been, very upfront about the fact that he wants to be here. He doesn't feel like he needs to chase a championship. He doesn't want to go somewhere and just be a bit player. So he obviously has those 10 and 5 rules, so he can do whatever he wants to do. It's ultimately his decision, but it does seem like he's leaning toward, wanting to stay here and be a part of what this organization is doing, not just this season, but perhaps beyond.
And that feeling's mutual between
no doubt
the Rangers and Adrian Beltre. There's already been some rumblings about them wanting him back next season. And for people that don't understand, when Emily mentioned that 10 and 5, it means you have 10 years in the major leagues. The last 5 of those with the same club. That gives you the opportunity to veto any trade. So you are in complete control of your destiny as a veteran once you've earned that. And so Adrian certainly has. And I think he's in that spot anywhere where the Rangers certainly would respect his wishes. But if something comes up, maybe they approach him on it, see how he feels about it, and kind of just take the temperature of the situation.
Fly ball out at a short right field, and Encarnacion dumps one in there for a 2-out hit. Well, it's one of those things, as his name is continued to pop up in trade rumors. You get feedback from fans all the time, and a lot of them, I mean, it's just it's a horrible thought to think that Adrian could go somewhere else. But even if he did, even if he took off for a couple of months, to go help somebody out, maybe get the Rangers to something back in return. There's always that chance free agent at the end of the year that he would just come right on back anyway. So, I mean, I get it. I get wanting to stay, and I get it if he would say at the last second, you know what, this is appealing. Maybe I'll just go have a little fun, make a run here, and then come back.
That'd be a double win for the Rangers, right? Get something in return for Adrian Beltre, but then have him back in a Ranger uniform. And it's happened. You know, people talk about, I think it's Adrian's at a different point in his career. There are some players, John Lester's a good example of a guy that gets traded away, then that maybe when he was with the Boston Red Sox decreased the possibility of him coming back as a free agent and ended up signing with the Chicago Cubs instead. But then you have Aroldis Chapman, right? Traded at the deadline, and ultimately money talks. I think for a guy like Adrian, though, I think it's more about where you want to be. And so if that were to happen, I would put the odds at him coming back here pretty high.
This one gets away, and Encarnacion will scamper to second base on the wild pitch. I assume that's a wild pitch.
I think you might be right. It's interesting too in these spots and whether or not, you know, as an official scorer, you look at the replay, kind of watch the catcher's glove and say, well, how far did he have to go? It might be more of a pass ball.
Yeah, that could definitely.
I mean, he
be
missed a
pass
spot by a good amount, no doubt. That's tough on a catcher.
It does go down as a pass ball.
I think that's a fair call.
Hard liner up the middle. That's a base hit. They're going to wave Encarnacion into the plate, so he will score on a hard single by Geyer, who's really had some good at bats tonight. And it is 7-4 Cleveland. That pass ball now figures in a big way.
It does. That obviously put Encarnacion into scoring position. We'll take a look at the fastball here from Rodriguez. Right now, Brandon Geyer's just locked in. He's also had a hard time staying on his feet. That's been a little bit of an issue. You would think they were playing on ice out there this evening. He tripped over first base, and then his feet too fast for himself. But he squared the ball up pretty well so far, and I'd say a good chance he'll find himself in Kangaroo Court. There's an ability to stay on his feet tonight. A sniper in the stands here. Got him. Well, he survived. Good recovery.
Off the plate to Diaz for a ball. Run in this seventh inning. 7-4 Cleveland on top. First of 3 against the Indians. Rangers starting this second half at home. Cleveland, and then Oakland in town for 4. And we open the broadcast talking about strength of schedule for both these teams. Are really kind of at opposite ends of the spectrum. Rangers have played one of the tougher schedules this year in baseball, while the Indians have played one of the softer schedules, at least in terms of opponents' won-loss record. And in the second half, looking ahead, the Rangers' schedule will be every bit as tough as it was in the first, while Cleveland's gets even easier.
A lot of that, of course, is about divisional play. You mentioned, though, the Rangers with those Nationally West matchups. Arizona play the Dodgers. Dodgers come back here, don't they?
Yep, Dodgers come back here for 2.
So good test for the young guys, at least. I think that's one way to look at it. For guys that will be getting opportunities late in the season, especially as we get to September. There's Willie Calhoun as an example. You're going to see some good pitching. It's good for him to be here now too. I think that's, we talk about this a lot, trying to make assessments for 2019, and a lot of people, a lot of player development people, evaluators would tell you got to be careful about March and September. Right? Those are the 2 months. Spring training. September's a little bit thinner with the pitching.
Another line drive base hit. Into third base goes Geyer. Diaz with his 3rd hit of the game. Loud contact this inning off Rodriguez.
These role players continue to get it done. You see Jeff Bannister on the phone there, probably getting some action in his bullpen. But I know I said it before, but I think it's worth saying again. Geyer and Diaz are not regular players in Terry Francona's lineup, and they now are 6 for 8. Taking advantage of an opportunity.
Well, Matt Moore getting ready out of that Rangers bullpen. And not only, getting ready in a hurry. Conversation done with Doug Brocail. So Rodriguez, he got 2 quick outs. He got Brantley to fly out to center. He got Jose Ramirez to ground out to second. But then it has been 3 hard hit balls. Ended up scoring a run and has him in further trouble here in the 7th inning. Here is Kipnis, who has also had a good game. 2 hits, including a 2-run homer. He's driven in 3. A struggle for Kipnis this year. The average at 222 coming in, and he pops this one up into short center field. Andrus going way out there, but it is DeShields coming on, and that will end the inning. So the Indians add a run. They lead 7-4, and the folks here will stand and stretch. Also enjoy a little God Bless America as we turn it over to Chuck Morgan.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Will you please rise and direct your attention to the area behind home plate and welcome Monica Saldivar. In honor of all the veterans who have served our country and the servicemen and women who are currently stationed at home and around the world, Monica will now perform God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with love. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. By Ford. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer during the Ford Summer Sales Event. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Shiner Light Blonde. It's light done right. Well, here we go. Bottom of the 7th inning. Rangers down by 3. Neil Ramirez stays in the ball game, and Ronald Guzman will lead things off here. Rangers gonna have to fashion one of those late inning comebacks. Led on a couple of different occasions in tonight's game, but just have not been able to hold down this Indians offense. The Indians have scored 7 runs on 13 hits. But 3-0 to Ronald Guzman. Rangers certainly have had a lot of base runners, a lot of opportunities. They've left 10 men on base. And there's a strike. It's 3-1. Yeah, leadoff walk in the 7th inning. Guzman aboard. Second time he's walked tonight. Time for a Chevy game break. Let's check in again with Leslie McCaslin.
It's amazing to think that they're starting to get separated that much in the American League East. I think we all just assumed that it would be tight down to the wire. Yeah, that there. And, you know, when the season first started, Yankees got off to a pretty good start. Everyone's like, oh yeah, it's going to be the Yankees. Oh, don't forget about the Red Sox. They played really well at the beginning of the season. The Yankees kind of won the offseason, I think, even though the Red Sox got JD Martinez. There was more, I think, excitement surrounding the Yankees, and people forgot how good the Red Sox were, and knowing also they were probably going to be better from within, not just on the outside. But Rick Porcello was likely to bounce back from a really bad year. David Price likely to not pitch as bad as he did last year. JD Martinez needed no adjustment time with his new club. He has been great. The Red Sox are looking really good, and they're probably going to deal a little bit. Look to add an arm in that bullpen. I think they need a lefty.
Yep, they do. And so that's been a big part of the conversation. I wonder where they turn there. And of course, having just visited Boston, and Diekman pitched very well there. A lot of people expected.
Yeah, in front of Dave Dombrowski. He was there watching.
1-2. Chirinos lifts this one high in the air, but to short left field. One away.
I did something. Brought up Dave Dombrowski, something I was a little embarrassed about in Boston. So I've talked to Dave Dombrowski a couple of times doing radio. I doubt he would know me by looking at me, but I've talked to him quite a few times. And I was walking through the halls of Fenway, and I had my hands full. And I was on the phone, and I was carrying something, and he waved to me. And I had no free hands. So I gave him the pinky.
Oh,
it's really embarrassing.
That's not strong.
But I couldn't. There's nothing else I could do. I had no other free digits. You have to do something back when Dave Dombrowski acknowledges you.
Your pinky waved you. All right, aloha, Mr. Hand, 7-4 our score. Hand coming on.
as Joey Gallo gets ready to step in, some interesting information. We talk about the shift. It's been an issue for Joey Gallo, and we got great numbers and access to information. If there were no shifts, as far as you take the hits that Joey has lost and also gained from the shift, his batting average would actually be 241, an improvement of 54 points. Nomar Mazara would be hitting 320 if every team played him straight up based on what he has done this year. And so while league average is much lower, it's only 5 points higher on your batting average league wide. There have been a couple of Rangers who in particular have really been hurt badly by the shift. And Joey mentioned something about it. I guess it was a week or so before the All-Star break where he said almost as if he was confident that they were going to ban shifts or make some kind of adjustment. Saying, oh, wait till that happens. I'm going to be right where I need to be. And you look at the numbers and you give him a 241 batting average with the power he provides. I think you'd be okay with that. But Nomar, the fact that Nomar, I was shocked when I saw it, I'm looking this up, would be hitting 320. I mean, that's incredible. Now, that, of course, the shifts are there. Nomar does a good job of adjusting his swing accordingly at times, and he's beaten the shift a good amount of times this year as well, and that all is factored into that.
But you're comfortable saying that you think that's what it would be?
Well, all it is taking the shift hits, lost, right, the ones that were taken away by the shifts, and then the times that they've gotten hits because they've beaten the shift, right? So they've actually benefited from the shift, and you take those hits and you come up with a plus or a minus, and both Joey and Mazara are minus 17, so I add 17 hits to their totals, and that's their batting average. Now, it's done by Inside Edge. They do great work. They do it with scouts using their eyes, and so it's not an exact science. But it gives you just a little bit of a feel, and I think it's pretty interesting. Chu actually would lose a couple of points on his batting average because he's actually benefited from the shift, and it's not a big number, it's about 3 or 4 points, but he's benefited from the shift more than he's been hurt by it. So you're making a face over there, Mr. Raymond.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's not exact. It's not exact science.
It's hard. Yeah, I just think those things are so challenging to say. But obviously, I think one thing we can't assume, this ball is going to go, and it's going to go a long way. A blast by Joey Gallo on a 2-2 pitch, and he hits it off the newest Cleveland Indian right hand, number 23 for Gallo, and he makes it a 1-run game.
I love seeing this for Joey Gallo against the lefty, and especially a good lefty in hand. It's the slider. It has good depth to it, but he left it up in the zone. He gave Joey Gallo a shot at it. You don't do that to Joey Gallo because he does that to baseballs that are in the strike zone when he can get his arms extended 104 miles an hour according to StatCast, and a projected distance of 425 feet.
That is a monstrous home run. Makes it a 1-run game, and now Delino to Shields. And he takes strike 1 from Hand.
So just like Willie Calhoun, Brad Hand getting traded over from the Padres, I read that he was flying in today wherever he was spending his All-Star break. You think about this, your stuff's probably in San Diego. Was he on the All-Star team?
Yeah,
he was. So he was. I'm wondering, he must have been back at, I don't even know where he was. When you think about that whole situation where you're an All-Star, you have some of your stuff in San Diego, you have your stuff, I don't know if they're opening up on the road or if they're home, wherever they are. You talk about waiting till the last day of the All-Star break to get traded. That'll mess you up a little bit. Where are the Padres tonight?
Well, he was back with his family in Washington when they got the call.
So the Padres were scheduled to be in Philadelphia. Where was he? What state was he in?
Well, he was in Washington. He was out in D.C.
Oh, he stayed there. So not too far. So instead of meeting the team in Philadelphia, change of plans, you're going to go to Texas to join the Indians. You know he's got a ton of stuff in San Diego. So life journey, yeah, that's just that's what happens with these trades. You just get thrown upside down. And for a team like the Indians, it's not like, hey, go ahead and take your time. We need you here like immediately. Same thing with Jesse Chavez. Cubs like, nope,
You don't have time to unpack or close your apartment up. Take care of that later. You get here now, we'll worry about that on an off day or another time. And you want to make that first impression in the biggest way.
Yeah.
And you know the bullpen's been struggling.
Well, he just made an impression.
And he did. And now people are wondering, well, maybe it's just the uniform. Because there have been some serious issues in this bullpen as of late in Cleveland.
Little flare out to right field, but it hangs up there long enough for Geyer to get underneath it. 2 away.
Well, here are the numbers for Brad Hand. You can see why he was an all-star. 65 strikeouts in 44 and a third innings. 41 games. Really good story. A guy that was claimed off waivers, pitched really well, and then ended up getting himself a nice contract with the San Diego Padres. So he's under team control for a couple of more years. What I mentioned, you know, he's kind of Andrew Miller light. His fastball, slider, just 2-pitch pitcher. Lefty, obviously. Velocity's not quite Andrew Miller. You see 95 right there. And the slider is good, but not quite Andrew Miller when he is on as dominant. But it's got some pretty good depth to it. You saw the one that he threw to Gallo. He left it up in the zone.
Everybody but Elvis Andrus in the hit column so far tonight. Chu's had a big night at the plate, and he takes a strike, 1-0. Hand at the All-Star game, it's interesting. He struck out Yan Gomes, who is now catching him at the moment. And after he struck out Gomes, well, he got Michael Brantley to ground out. So his 2 new teammates. 1-2 the count. But shortly thereafter, that was Brantley. And he became teammates with those guys. But look, yeah, he gave up the home run right there to Joey Gallo, and that's not the way he wanted to start his Indians career. But they're still happy to have him. There's no doubt. And he should make a difference for them. 1-2 pitch. This one fouled away.
But you know, for Indians fans, they feel good about the division, right? But they're worried about their bullpen. That's the one area in which they are worried about. So they're pretty excited. Brad Hand.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're super jazzed. First battery bases. You know, there are some sarcastic tweets flying around right now, the interwebs.
Can only imagine.
And that's the way it goes, the life of a sport fan.
And fidgeting around for the grip. And there's a slow roller, second base. Kipnis right on top of it. And the inning is done. But the Rangers pick up 2. Joey Gallo with a patented Gallo blast just to the right of center field. And he's made it a 1-run game. With the lead, but the Rangers climbing to within a run. It's time now for our lows. Whole team together. Jose Leclerc is coming in out of the bullpen. You look at the Rangers bullpen ERA, 4th in the American League right there at the top of the mountain. Jose Leclerc at 2.18.
Some good numbers all the way around. Tony Burnett, unfortunately, on the DL right now, as is Alex Claudio, although it sounds like Claudio could be activated sooner than later. But a big improvement for the Rangers this year. A lot of instability last season. Not just in the closer role, but trying to get the ball to the closer, and then there were some struggles there. Well, it's been a different story here in 2018. Jose Leclerc has had himself a very nice season. He's absolutely crushed it with inheriting runners. He's allowed just 7 of 35 to score. But when you're that guy who's constantly taking on inherited runners, and he's taken on the most of any Ranger reliever, it's nice to get a clean inning once in a while. Some people think you fall into that role and think, oh yeah, this is our middle of the inning guy, we're going to throw him in the fire all the time. And every once in a while, like, hey, how about a little clean inning, maybe a little bit of a breather once in a while. So Jose Leclerc gets that now.
Well, he falls behind 2-0 on Yan Gomes. Let's see, first at bat of the night for Gomes. He came in defensively in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Leclerc's 2-0. High pop foul out of play. It's been a bit of a seesaw ball game tonight. Back and forth we go. Rangers just a moment ago on the home run by Gallo, making it a much closer, more competitive game. And he got him swinging. So Gomes strikes out, 1 away here in the 8th inning. Well, coming up August 4th, Orioles and Rangers. And the Rangers will be giving away Vladimir Guerrero bobblehead to the first 15,000 fans in attendance. Tickets still available. TexasRangers.com. We're going 9-7-2 Rangers. Ooh, he went strike 1 on Tyler Naquin.
It's kind of interesting what has happened here with center field for the Indians. Tyler Naquin a couple of years ago was the guy. Rookie, kind of emerged, did a really nice job. They have a mural of him. Remember when he had that inside the park home run, huge moment. And then he was like a deer in headlights during the World Series. Ended up having to take him out at one point because he was really struggling defensively. Bradley Zimmer emerges. Unbelievable athlete, one of the fastest in the game. He seemed to take over center field, but had a little bit of problem swinging the bat. And it seems like Naquin has kind of worked his way back in there. You don't see that too often. All right, one rookie is the guy, then another rookie, and the rookie that fell out of favor now is kind of getting his turn again. There's been some back and forth as far as who's getting the steady reps in center field. Rajai Davis started tonight, but Tyler Naquin has worked his way back into some pretty consistent playing time. I wasn't sure if we were going to see him again at one point.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you. Zimmer had surgery today here on his shoulder. He's done for the year. And we're talking about Lonnie Chisenhall maybe not contributing anymore this year in the outfield. So they're 2 big losses for them. Brantley has played such limited time the previous 2 seasons. I mean, you got to count on him. You hope that he could stay healthy. That's a big piece for them. But you're right. I mean, Naquin, not that long ago, looked like he was just the flash in the pan. And now, you look at him and you think, well, they may end up leaning on him a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they do anything else this deadline and in which direction they would go. An outfield would probably be the position. Now it's difficult. Not a lot of great options out there. The Indians are not a team that's going to take on a ton of salary. Actually did a spot on a Cleveland radio show today, and they asked me about Chu. Would there be a return there? I said, tougher contract to work with, but he's been fantastic.
2 away. But the other thing is, I mean, they probably, you know, best case scenario, they would get a right-handed hitting outfielder. And, you know, they may not have that option. You start trying to thread a little bit too fine a needle if you're the Indians. Now, offensively, I do feel like they're in pretty good shape overall, and they've addressed the bullpen a little bit with Brad Hand.
And Simber, I'm kind of looking forward to watching him. He's an interesting sidearm guy.
Two away, and Lindor takes ball 1 from Jose Leclerc.
At 97 miles an hour, by the way, on that fastball. There's Simber. He's been throwing from that arm angle, if we'll see him, side armor, since he was 14. You don't start that early.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. It's worked out for him. He's got himself to the big leagues.
Well, part of it is I feel like anytime you see somebody starting to throw a sidearm or something, the pitching coach gets them. Come on, we're going up here. Yep. Right? I mean, we're always trying to make everybody kind of the same.
Something about finding your spot where you're most comfortable and what feels natural. I'm a believer in that. I think your best pitching coaches are the ones that don't try to make everybody the same, even at a younger age. Try to find somebody's strength. There's certain things you are looking for as far as what you think will work. But there's a natural arm slot for a lot of guys. And when your natural arm slot is not good enough, the idea of working to another one really does take a lot of time and repetition. It can be difficult. When will we see our first triple-digit major leaguer?
What do you mean triple-digit?
Number. Like he's number 90. I don't think you can. I don't think you're allowed to have triple digits right now. But at some point, we're going to be forced into it. Like the Yankees will probably be the first. They've got like 45 numbers retired.
I think we're a long ways away from
so.
Yeah, we get enough variations. I'm always, you know, what surprises me is when guys show up to the big leagues now and they still get a single-digit number.
Yeah, that is shocking.
You know? Wow, really? They haven't retired that, or somebody doesn't already have that? Ooh, that one got Lindor. Off-speed pitch. But that puts him aboard with 2 out here in the 8th inning.
Even if it bounces and hits you, and this one did, that's that cut changeup slash slider. And it's still a hit by pitch. Lindor going with the old school stirrups.
Love it.
Well, not completely old school, because there's. Is there stars on his sanitaries? Just they're a little bit more of a regular sock than a sanitary.
'51st hit batsman this year. Rangers pitchers have plunked their fair share. Great start by Lindor. The throw down to second, though. Good one.
Oh.
Whoa.
Wait, what?
I don't get.
What's that sign? That sign says he's off the bag, right?
Does that sign mean that he pushed him off? I don't know what that means. It's not a force play. You don't have to hold the bag.
No.
You're supposed to hold. You're just supposed to tag him. Now,
let's take a look here.
At.
Does he get in? It looks like he did. Oh, he's going to say that he forced him off. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't know if I agree with that as much. I mean, the tag is right there in his hand, but did Elvis, you know, he's trying to make a tag. He's not intentionally trying to push Francisco Lindor off. That's not reviewable, by the way, whether a player has been pushed off the bag. I don't think there's an opportunity here for Jeff Bannister to challenge this.
This may be simply a rules check or rules challenge.
Unless he's just flat out reviewing whether or not they tagged him the first time too. But if the call was that the player, the position player, the defender, forced the runner off the bag, that's not reviewable, if I'm not mistaken. I was just looking at this today. Yeah, otherwise, I would not have known. And maybe I didn't read it right. Let's see.
Yeah, and the way that was signaled seemed very clear to me that it was just the judgment of our second base umpire, DJ Rayburn, that he was pushed off or forced off the bag.
Runner pushed off base is on the list of non-reviewers.
Okay.
So I don't know. Jeff Bannister's pretty upset. Basically what he's saying, and what he interpreted as, is that at one point he was out. Lindor was out. All right, his name was off the bag, and Elvis Andrus had the tag. What he's frustrated about is that they're saying, well, he forced him off the bag. And that seems more like incidental contact. As every time I think pushed off the bag, I think of Ken Herbeck. Right?
Okay.
Every time I read that, I'm like, oh, yeah, you can't just push a guy off the bag.
Yeah, they're really, well, they made that quite clear that they feel that Elvis really forced him off the bait. Now, Elvis kind of chuckling as if maybe he did.
He's laughing. Hey, don't be trying to cheat here. But what I don't, this is one of those times where it'd be great to have an explanation, because we're not even exactly sure what they challenged, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'd love that. We will get an explanation. It'll just be like next inning.
Well, the fireworks are going off after the Rangers walk it off.
So Brantley with the man in scoring position. And Leclerc's 1-0. And this one lifted high in the air out to right field, but not going to carry. Chu's back there, and the inning is done. So all it took was one more pitch. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Rangers in a one-run game. This series, Carlos Carrasco, 5-1 in his last 6 games. How about 39 punch-outs to 4 walks? He's been awfully good for the Indians. Bartolo Colon, well, going for number 246. Still looking for that little slice of history. And he'll have the ball for the Rangers. 6:30 for the pregame tomorrow here on Fox Sports Southwest. Well, Willie Calhoun takes a fastball from Brad Hand. And gets us started here in the bottom of the 8th. That'll be Calhoun, Elvis Andrus, and Adrian Beltre. The second half, figuratively anyway, underway tonight. And Hand delivers outside. It is 1-1. So Hand came in last inning, and the first man he faced was Joey Gallo, and he gave up a massive 2-run homer on a 2-2 pitch. But then he got DeShields to fly out, Chu to ground out, and comes out again here in the 8th, which goes back to the point you were making. A guy like Andrew Miller, who they can use for more than one inning in various situations.
I wonder if this is his last hitter. Got a couple of righties coming up next, and Elvis Andrus and Adrian Beltre. We saw a couple of righties warming up. Sure, for Terry Francona, want to get the new guys in there right away.
out of left-handers after a hand tonight, and this one in the dirt, 2-2. They already used Oliver Perez. And later in this inning, potentially, should somebody reach, you'd have Odor and Guzman coming up. But I'm with you. I don't think you're going to stretch him out over Andrus and Beltre just to get to those two. You ask him maybe a little more than you would typically. But what it does mean is that the Rangers will have some opportunities for those left-handed hitters later on. And count has now run full on Calhoun. He's had good at-bats today. A walk, a base hit already. Calhoun had really heated up with the Round Rock Express. In fact, was hitting .429 this month. They've drawn 9 walks against 2 strikeouts. Three-two. Started and strike 3 called. Calhoun goes down 1 away here in the 8th. Tony Francona making that walk out there. Big fan of the broadcast, and he agrees. Should be the final hitter. So hand is done, and he leaves with the Indians up by 1, and Cleveland goes a little deeper into that bullpen. West, the Texas Rangers are going outside the box this summer. That's right, Tuesday, outside the box, focused on baseball analytics. Join us for a special broadcast Tuesday night. We've got a number of interesting shows coming up, but that will be our first outside the box. Talking analytics right there in your wheelhouse, CJ. And I am putting all the pressure on you to make that a fabulous show.
That's going to be fun. It'll be interesting for some people, who maybe have been a little bit resistant. And we talk about it a lot, the balance between the two. How do you bring the way that teams are run, the way the game is viewed now into a broadcast? So we'll overdo it a little bit, go a little analytics heavy, and try to make it seem less intimidating. There's a lot of back and forth. I have this conversation all the time with folks in our industry, how we work analytics into a broadcast that makes it digestible, and you feel like maybe you're a little bit smarter for it at the end and get a better idea of kind of how teams look at advanced metrics and how they use them to build their rosters and how there's real applications for them in the game on the field.
And we'll go into that in a lot more depth on Tuesday. This ball hit right back up the middle, and that's a single for Elvis Andrus, and a good at bat, and one that he needed. He needed not just a base hit, but a hard hit. A single like that's going to feel real good.
No doubt for Elvis, who's had good at bats, but has been a little bit unlucky here heading into the break. As you see a good look at the side armor Sinber, and now it's a two-seam fastball. Look where that ball ends up. And when you are a side armor, you really don't want to elevate intentionally. Your idea is to live down near the knees, below the zone, become very hittable. Now, you can throw that kind of rising fastball a little bit and try to get it above a bat, but if you throw it as a two-seamer, it's going to start to come down a little bit, and it's just not an ideal spot.
Well, this is the potential tying run on base here in the 8th inning, and they will keep a close eye on him. He stole a base back in the 6th inning, his 3rd of the year. Beltre, a great RBI man in his career. Drove a run earlier tonight for the double. And hits this one off the handle up the middle. Lindor goes to second for 1 and completes the double play himself to win the inning. So we head to the 9th. Indians lead it 7-6. Sandra Beltre, I want to invite you to uncork for a cause. And that is coming up here Sunday. Yeah, there you go. At Le Meridien, Dallas, Stone Lake. And you can get your tickets on corkforacause.com. He'll be debuting his 3,000 hit 2015 Sonoma Blend. Limited tickets still available. But if you'd like to come on out, uncorkforacause.com. Okay, 9th inning. A 1-run game, and the Rangers will give the ball to Jake Diekman.
Yeah, and there's that pitch arsenal. Very simple 2-pitch mix for Diekman. The fastball's been averaging 97, and we've seen some very good velocities from him lately. Did I say 97? I meant to say 94. But we've seen 97, 98 from him lately. Of course, he's got that devastating slider. There's a first pitch slider for a strike to Ramirez. That's the good one from Jake Diekman. Did I say 97?
Did you say it? You might have. Chopper up the middle. Ooh, high hop, and Odor brings it down just in time to throw out Ramirez. One away. Nicely done.
Take a look here at this pitch. First of all, it's the fastball that's away. Top half is hit, and Ruben Odor has to hurry. It's one of those hops that you just, nothing you can do about it. You just have to wait for it. He tried to attack it the best he could. Makes a real strong throw.
First pitch swinging, Encarnacion pops this one high in the air, and the wind will blow it into the seats. Wind is sort of come and gone a little bit at times tonight. Judging by the flags up atop the ballpark, it's pretty stiff. One and one. Indians last year at the All-Star break, they had a 2.5 game lead in their division. This year, the largest divisional lead at 7.5 games. We were talking about this at the top of the broadcast today. They started the year, I was looking back earlier, there were 24 and 25, a game under 500, and that was like May 25th. I wouldn't say Indians fans were panicking, but nobody was feeling great about that as Encarnacion dumps a single into left field. Since then, though, they have been a whole lot better. They've gone 28 and 18 since May 25th. 10 games over 500, and Terry Francona has his team moving in the right direction. And you know, they had some things to overcome. Mickey Callaway, 5 years their pitching coach, left to go manage the New York Mets. It was Callaway who oversaw the emergence of Corey Kluber and Carlos Carrasco and Trevor Bauer. So pretty important piece to their equation as this pop-up by Geyer is out number 2.
So Mickey Callaway quote from today, not to get off the subject, but just because you brought up his name, that apparently he was told to not use Juris Familia in the game today against the New York Yankees. So a lot of speculation there that quite possibly the pending free agent closer for the Mets could be on the move, which would be impact somewhere.
Ken Rosenthal reporting earlier today that Oakland is the team that is in hot and heavy conversations for him.
That was Ken Rosenthal, not Ken Rosenthal, right? You sure got to keep an eye out for the fake accounts.
No.
You got to become serious.
Well, I don't follow Rosenthal.
Either do I, but somehow they'll sneak in there. You get duped. All it takes is one person getting duped. They retweet it. You see it, then you retweet it. Just listen.
Well, let me just be.
Take your time. That's all I'm telling you. Make sure you overlook them all.
Let me just be real honest here.
Yeah.
I could definitely be that guy. But it was not. The real Ken Rosenthal was the one who was tweeting that. Phew, boy. Not that I needed any help sweating tonight, but yeah, it made me nervous right there.
It happens. Even some of the best have been duped.
That's not funny.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe John Heyman, somebody got him earlier this year.
Yeah,
already.
I did see that.
I mean, part of me says, come on, man, who's wasting time making fake accounts and spreading false baseball rumors, trade rumors? There's a part of me that really enjoys when they get a big name. Got him.
Just as long as it's not me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy.
I'm just here to be entertained. I don't want to be involved.
2-2, and this one out to center field and drops down in front of the Shields, and that one's going to roll for a while, which means Encarnacion will score from first. Diaz pedaling into third base. They will stop him there, and that is an RBI triple and a big one. Makes it a 2-run Cleveland lead. It is 8-6.
You can see the frustration on Delano DeShields' face. This was a tough play and a tough call to make. You got a runner at first base with 2 outs. There's the slider from Diekman. This one stayed over the middle of the plate a little bit more. There's that level swing from Diaz, and a nice swing. Now, normally you're thinking base hit. There was a little bit of hesitation there from Delano, and that's understandable. You get those hard line drives right at you. They're the toughest to read. He thought he could make up for it and get to it, and unfortunately he could not. Once he got past him, you knew it was going to be at least a triple.
So 8-6 the score. And Jason Kipnis with a man at third. Did he go? No.
It's frustrating for Diekman because you throw a slider and it's a little bit more middle and he probably wanted to bury it, but you're still thinking, oh, probably only a base hit that I let up. But instead, the aggressive play by Delano DeShields, and you don't have a problem with it. You love your guys going for it and trying to get outs. Because that ball got down a little bit quicker than he expected, it turns what likely would have been a base hit into an RBI triple.
Yandy Diaz has had a big night tonight at the plate. 4 hits, 2 RBIs. There's a strike. 2-1 the count on Jason Kipnis. So just called up. He was doing real well at AAA, the Columbus Clippers, and Didn't waste much time making an impact tonight. 2-2.
So back in the big leagues for him. Big night. Celebrate with a couple of curls.
Oh, you
after the
definitely.
game.
Yeah, you're going back to the hotel gym, and you gotta rip out at least 3 good sets.
Recovery sets where it's lighter weight, high rep.
High rep, yeah, because that builds bulk.
Yeah. I thought that made you leaner. I thought heavy weight, low rep got you bulky.
Oh no, I thought it was the other way around. But then
Obviously,
again,
you and I are really experienced in this area.
I wish people could see us leaning back in these chairs discussing that. High pop up to center, and DeShields tucks this one away. He's frustrated, but we go to the last of the 9th inning. Rangers still have a shot. Odor, Guzman, Chirinos, down by 2.
The 9th, lesson McCaslin alongside David Murphy for our post-game edition of Rangers Live, presented by Fios by Frontier. You won't want to miss it because there's been some exciting things in this game, of course, starting with Shin-Soo Choo.
Yeah, a well-rounded offensive effort tonight. Every starter with at least a hit. Choo extends the on-base streak, and Gallo with a big homer. We just need a little bit more offense.
Just need a win here to wrap up the 9th inning, but we'll be talking about all of this coming up soon. Back to you, Dave and CJ.
Thanks, Leslie. Let's see if we can get that Rangers win here.
Cody Allen on game number 41 for him. The ERA has been a little bit high, and he is one of the guys that has been asked to do more with Andrew Miller out. Now, since Miller has been out, he has been perfect in save situations, 13 for 13, but over that time, his ERA has been a 6. So he's gotten the saves when he's needed them, but he's had some struggles as well, and that's because Terry Francona's asked him to pitch a little bit more.
Odor pops up first pitch, foul and out of play. Rudy's had a pretty good night at the plate. Rangers need a base runner. Give themselves a shot. Another foul ball. 0-2. Talking earlier about the adjustments that Odor has made at the plate and the corresponding results. He has been really good since the beginning of June.
I know you wanted to go to June 10th.
I like to go to June 10th.
I tried to force you to go to June 1st.
Comes up empty here and strikes out to start the night. And third strikeout tonight for Odor, but it doesn't take away from the fact got on twice, scored a run. And now Ronald Guzman.
A little glitch in the MLB at bat app. Oh no, never mind. There we go. Dallas Keuchel had a no-hitter through 5 2/3. Just gave up a hit, but it said bottom first. no hitter alert. I'm like, I'm going to wait.
I'm going to hold off. Well, this ball hit hard, but foul. Oh, nice catch down there. How about you? Take a bow, sir.
Fantastic play. I saw a segment. Robert Flores, MLB Network. Nice guy. Very likable. The All-Star game was making a hard push and giving adults a hard time for bringing their gloves to the game. I could not disagree more. That's a good reason why. You get a ball and you don't have a broken hand. It's a great play. And he's steady and drop his phone. Hanging on by a thread.
Oh, hopefully he was, hopefully he was filming that.
And they got their rally caps on.
Yeah.
My two favorite fans in the ballpark right now, by far. Good hands, and they believe in the rally cap. Nobody's having more fun at the ball game right now than those two guys.
No,
That's
no
cool.
doubt.
Building some cool memories.
No doubt. And back to your Robert Flores thing. Love Robert.
Yeah.
I'm with you. When I hear that, it makes my heart sick.
Yeah.
Don't ever discourage anybody from bringing the glove to the ballpark, because even if you don't believe in, like, I don't know, making that play there, for the sake of getting a ball, he could have saved somebody from injury. Who knows?
Right. I don't understand when people get worked up about something that doesn't affect them at all. Right?
Well,
it doesn't, like, you bringing your glove to the ballpark doesn't affect me. You're not going to put it on my seat. It's not going to get in my way.
One would like to probably use your seat if you get up to go get something to eat.
Yeah, but my glove's not going to get in the way of that, or your glove.
0-2. Look out.
I put that in the same crowd with the people that get upset about the wave. If you don't like it, don't participate. It's fine. You don't have to participate. But don't get mad at other people for having fun.
I think there's a difference.
Yeah, you find the wave annoying?
I think there's a difference. Yeah, the difference is that the wave distracts my ability to view the game. I pop up. Geyer stayed upright, made the play, 2 gone. Did he show a little weakness there again, like he might go down?
I don't know. Leg fatigue is going to deal tomorrow with leg fatigue.
There we go. I got it. Whoa.
Yeah, he stayed up.
He was up. Also, bonus points for the socks and the pants hiked up to the knee.
I'm more interested in the wristband right now. What's on that wristband? It's like a cartoon character or something. Looks pretty cool. Does it say breathe?
It does.
Every once in a while you need a reminder.
1-0. Chirinos blasts that one high and deep to left field, and that one's not coming back. A home run. Number 12 for Chirinos, and it's a 1-run game. Well, that was a no-doubter. And now that play at the top of the inning looms very large.
It certainly does, but it's good to see Robinson Chirinos swinging the bat well. When his swing is on, I love his swing. It's level. He can get really great extension. He uses his lower body well, and he can drive the ball, and he hits that one 103 miles per hour and gets up over the Cleveland Indians bullpen.
Gallo smashes one. Oh my goodness, where will that land? We're tied up. Distance for that home run.
Look at the reaction to Nomar Mazara. He's curious. He wants to know how far it went. Look at Adrian Beltre and Chu. This is incredible. This is the best version of Joey Gallo right here. 114 miles per hour, 472 feet. They were getting ready for fireworks over there. as they just instead got themselves a home run ball and a big one in a huge spot.
Oh my goodness. They want a curtain call here. Profar pinch hitting for the Shields. And fouls it away.
We get impressed, we get excited about what we see from these guys and what they can do. But when your teammates are impressed, when your teammates are wide-eyed, they're watching the replay because they want to know. They knew it was a huge one. There's Robbie and Joey say, yeah, your home run was pretty nice, but how about mine? And they were both bombs. Cody Allen has now allowed 8 home runs this season, just one away from his career high.
0-2 the count on Profar. Gallo's 6th multi-homer game in his career, 2nd this year, and those 2 home runs counted for like 929 feet worth of homers. The tapper, third base side, and that one's a base hit. How about this 2-out rally?
You take it any way you can get it. Jerks to Profar, getting an earful from Manfred Encarnacion, as if to say, are you kidding me? But it's a good job to put the ball in play against a tough closer. I was worried about the spin, but this was not an issue at all. If anything, the ball was actually spinning more into fair territory, which you don't see too often off a left-handed bat.
We're going to bring everybody in here for a conversation. Willis out there, the entire infield out there, along with Yan Gomes. And this little group therapy session. Yeah, all started with those rally caps.
That's why you wear them.
Gents.
That's why you wear the rally cap. I love it.
All right. The potential winning run is on. Profar at first base. And Shin-Soo Choo. Already 2 hits tonight. A chance to win it. Allen got 2 quick outs, then gave up back-to-back home runs. 1-0.
It's the first time for Cody Allen in 427 now regular season games in which he's allowed multi-home runs. He's never allowed 2 home runs in a game, just 41 allowed in his entire career. It's a new feeling for him as a closer. 2 outs, nobody on, back-to-back bombs to tie this game up.
Toss over to first. Profar back in there. Choo does have very good power. 18 home runs this year, and again, concern themselves with Profar. Profar 8 for 8 in stolen bases this year. He's got a decent lead. Not going. It's inside 2-1. A mere threat right now, adding distraction for Cody Allen, who already maybe just a tad rattled in this 9th inning. A 2-out home run to Chirinos. Followed immediately by a 472-foot home run by Joey Gallo. Profar with the infield hit. He's the winning run. Here it comes. And that'll even it up 2-2. Eight runs apiece. Indians with 15 hits. Rangers with 14 hits. Well, we talked about it an inning and a half, 2 innings ago. Terry Francona felt like his shot was in the 6th to score, and he almost emptied his bench offensively. He has burned up both left-handers out of his bullpen. Now his closer, Scufflin, in this 9th inning. 2-2. And a little tapper foul. So he pushed his chips in early in this one. As this thing continues to stretch out, advantage might be tilting a little more into the Rangers' favor.
On the bench, he still has Melky Cabrera, by the way, who was recalled or called up to Cleveland Indians for the first time this season. So there's a veteran available if they get to that point where they like to pinch hit, assuming, of course, we even go to extra innings. This one could end right here.
On this pitch, even 2-2. Whoa! Oh man! Full count.
So just got away from Cody Allen, certainly not trying to go that high. Miscount to Chew.
93 miles per hour right at your head. Well, this time we know Profar's running. There he goes. And there's ball 4. So now the winning run is in scoring position.
That gum doesn't stand a chance in the Indians dugout right now. Terry Francona known for getting through that gum, but when your bullpen struggles, even more so. What a moment this would be for Willie Calhoun back in the big leagues. Mentioned the good at-bats that he's already had. A hit, a walk in there. How about a walk-off?
He takes one down the middle.
He had one last year, didn't he? Did he have a walk-off last year? That sound familiar to you? Am I making that up? I could be wrong. Not ringing a bell?
Not ringing a bell. Came over from the Dodgers in the Yu Darvish trade last year. Big swing and a miss, 0-2. I do remember his debut. He got a hit, and it was an RBI in his first plate appearance. It was against Marco Gonzalez. And he got an RBI on his first hit tonight. That was in the 2nd inning. He's also walked. Winning run at 2nd. The 0-2 from Allen. And it's 1-2. Well, every year Baseball America puts out its prospect handbook, and the #1 prospect in the Rangers organization was a 23-year-old Willie Calhoun. It took him all the way until today to get that first call-up of the year. What a spot for him. 1-2. Ooh. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He did a good job of laying off the 0-2. That one was well laying off the plate. So you got to be thinking to yourself that Cody Allen is going to come into the strike zone here. He certainly doesn't want to go 3-2 where he's got to split the plate. Now, last 2-2 count to a lefty. That was the fastball that sailed pretty high to Chew. Calhoun's got to be feeling pretty good about getting something to handle.
It's a full count.
Woo. Surprising to see Allen do that if it was intentional, to go out of the zone and put yourself in this spot. Willie Calhoun's a really good hitter. And not a guy that shows a lot of nerves. He can handle a fastball in the strike zone pretty well, and Cody Allen pretty much has to give it one right here.
$28,253 on this Friday night. The runners will be off, and the 3-2 pitch, and a swing and a miss. We will go to the 10th inning. The Rangers, though, have earned extra innings tonight with 2 outs. Robinson Chirinos put that one in orbit to make it a 1-run game. The very next at bat, Joey Gallo did him one better. 472 feet. And we're going to the 10th. Sends us to the 10th inning. Carlos Tocci takes over in center field now. And Keone Kela, new pitcher for the Rangers.
It's a good 2-pitch mix, very similar. We talk about this a lot, even though he's coming from the right side for Kela. Good fastball, good breaking ball. He has been fantastic in save situations. Some struggles outside of save situations, but this is a little different. You got a tie game. Obviously, you're in extra innings, and so you start looking at the numbers and digging in, and this is absolutely a high leverage situation for Kela. It's not uncommon to sometimes see those closers. The game's not on the line or it's a blowout. You're just getting some work in where maybe they struggle once in a while, but this is certainly different, even though it's not a safe situation.
Our ground ball, shortstop. Andrews straightens, one away. Good start to the 10th inning. Well, a breaking ball. That's a strike. 1-1 the count. Naquin up there. Lindor will bat this inning. Naquin not quite the same power threat as some of the Indians that Francona has in the lineup tonight. 1-2 the count. Lindor, though, very much is. Strike 3 called, 2 away.
The breaking ball is really the calling card for Kelly, even though he's got the good fastball. This is how he finishes most hitters, and there is a backdoor breaking ball. Stayed up a little bit, but it stayed on the outside. Good finish to it to get called strike 3.
Great job so far by Kelly. 2 outs. Here is Lindor. And a fastball right in there for a strike. Lindor's 1 for 2 against Keone. Hardly enough information there to give you any real sense of who might have the upper hand.
So the Rangers coming out of the break only have 6 relievers down in that bullpen.
Well, you know, that's a really good point, and we really haven't talked about this. Yeah, they went 1 man short today of a full 25-man roster. Tomorrow, Claudio could be activated off the disabled list. So you figure, okay, if that's likely to happen, then let's just do that tomorrow. We're off the All-Star break. Everybody's plenty of length, whatever. But you wouldn't have necessarily anticipated this. And so here you are. Down low, and there is a walk. So Lindor is on in this 10th inning. Yeah, that is a really good point. It's so rare that you would go with 24 men. But that's what the Rangers chose to do today.
For some reason, I thought that wasn't allowed. Obviously, I'm wrong. It sounds like whoever was going to get called up, or if they're going to bring up an extra pitcher just in case, it would have been for 1 day.
Right.
And so maybe that was part of the process, the decision making. But now you're just hoping that, anything beyond, well, say beyond. Keller could give you 2 if you get there. There's Matt Moore all by his lonesome, by the way, out there in the bullpen. So you figure Keller could go another one, but then it's Matt Moore's game after that.
Runner goes, and was that foul tipped, or was that just a straight swing and a miss? I guess it was just a straight swing and a miss. So that'll be a stolen base.
There's Matt Moore. Nobody to talk to.
Of course, he was warming up. What, like in the
6th or so?
Third? Was
that early?
Oh, I thought it was early. Oh, I guess it was about the 6th inning. You're probably right. I concede. Two and one.
Obviously, you don't expecting the Rangers to walk this thing off in the 10th, but if that were not the case, and it is funny looking at Matt Moore down there. There's a lot of empty chairs down in that bullpen. You got to take that wide. Gets to talk to Josh Frazier a little bit. Bullpen catcher, longtime bullpen catcher. He was here when I was here. 02, 03. He has been here a long time. And there's all the empty chairs.
Great seats still available. 3-1. I don't know what those are going for.
What would a fan pay to sit in those seats? You're not allowed to talk to anybody, but you can sit there the entire game, watch the game, don't say a word to anybody, and whatever you hear down there, you can't repeat. You got to sign that.
Yeah, as far as you know, but
disclosure,
yeah,
right?
I would.
What do you think?
As a fan, I would pay a lot of money for that. Yep, that's wheelhouse for me. That's the exact kind of thing I would want.
$5 grand?
Well, I don't have that kind of money.
I know you do. Think somebody pay that? Sit in the bullpen?
Yes, I think somebody would pay that. Absolutely.
It's a great auction item.
Or you could do one in the dugout every game too.
If it got down to where there was only one reliever left, then you're allowed to talk to him. Only because he has nobody else to talk to.
Full count to Brantley. Ground ball, right side. Odor's there. He'll throw him out. And we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. 8-8. Elvis Andrus will lead it off. The bottom of the 10th. Then it's Adrian Beltre and Rougned Odor. On the 9th inning, 2 outs, nobody on for Robinson Chirinos.
Yeah, big moment here for Robbie as he hits this one 456 feet over the Cleveland Indians bullpen. We thought that was a bomb, and Joey Gallo said, well, let me show you what a bomb really looks like. He goes 472 feet in a huge spot, 114 miles an hour off the bat. That tied the game, and that got us where we are right now. And an opportunity for the Rangers to walk it off here in the 10th with Elvis Andrus leading it off.
Andrus has reached the last 3 times. Zach McAllister out of the bullpen for the Indians, making his 38th appearance. And a base hit up the middle by Andrus. Great start to the 10th. Winning run is on base.
That's what you want to see from Elvis Andrus. What a kind of strange night. First 2 at-bats, struck out. Next 2 at-bats, 2 walks. Next 2 at-bats, 2 singles. So everything happening in 2s for Elvis as he gets a pitch middle of the way. He absolutely smokes right back up the middle.
Beltre, the right side. Ooh, flash bunt there. Wouldn't bunt, would he?
Jose Ramirez isn't buying it. He's still standing on the bail. I don't think he flinched.
One for 5 tonight. Had that double back in the first inning. And a base hit right field. Andrus stops at second. The Rangers have set it up here. Winning run in scoring position.
It's patented Adrian Beltre right there. I mean, just such a beautiful swing, but more about the approach and his ability to use the entire field. This pitch was supposed to be down and away. It finishes on the inner third, and he just keeps the hands in and slices that thing right to right field. And Rangers now in business.
Can't ask for a better setup than this. 2 men on, nobody out. Odor steps in here. He's been on twice tonight. And he takes off the plate, ball one.
So it's so interesting, right? Because you have a guy like Rougned Odor. He's been working a ton on everything. He's been swinging a good bat. But part of what he's been working on is his bunt for hits. Now, Jose Ramirez is in on the grass. But the idea of trying to bunt for a hit, I know most people say, well, just take that shot to drive the run in. You always worry about the double play a little bit. I don't mind. I'm not saying the straight sacrifice and just give yourself up. I don't mind the idea necessarily of trying to push bunt your way on it. If it only turns into a sacrifice fly, or excuse me, a sacrifice bunt, so be it. Put a little pressure on the defense. McAllister right now is feeling it back against the wall. You bunt that to the first base side. Always a chance he could fumble it. But, you know, Rudy obviously has RBI and power abilities as well. Don't mind him taking advantage of those either.
This one hit hard right field, base hit. Here comes Andrus. No, they'll put up the stop sign. So they are loaded. 3 straight singles to start the 10th inning.
It's the right call by Tony Beasley. I know we all wanted to see that play, but with nobody out, Dyer got to this ball quickly. There was a good throw. It was right on line. As good as Elvis runs, I think he made the right call here. Watch Elvis. He's got a good read. Tony's waving him, puts the stop sign up, and his throw was right on the money. Outside of a catcher dropping the ball, I think that was probably the right call, and very likely that Elvis would have been out. You got Ronald Guzman up, and now the infield is in, and you're in a great spot with Guzman.
Way off the plate. 2 walks, an infield hit tonight for Guzman. First in the final game before the All-Star break in Baltimore, had his first career grand slam. 1-1.
It's good velocity from McAllister. I always really liked him. I thought he had a chance to really turn into an impact reliever once they kind of finished riding out his course as a starter, and it wasn't happening for him. He certainly got the velocity bump that you're looking for, but hasn't quite clicked for him to the level. I thought he could be a real dominant 8th inning guy. Haven't seen it just yet.
Ball and 2 strikes.
You could see why. High velocity, good breaking ball. Tall guy, pitches downhill really well.
Rangers 6-3 this year in extra innings games. Cleveland has struggled. 1-6. Bouncer at third base. Ramirez to the plate. They get the force out. Wow. 1 away.
Thought that was game over off the bat. That's a tremendous play by Jose Ramirez. This guy really does do it all. They actually like him. I think he's an even better second baseman with the way that this team is built. He plays third, so he can go to his left, turn and make a perfect throw home. That's Ronald Guzman right there. It's a smart play. Shorten the swing, try to hit it the other way. Another foot or 2 to the left. To, I guess, to his right. That's a base hit, and this game is over. I like that about a swing.
Well, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa will pinch run for Beltre at third base.
I don't know exactly what Adrian said there, but having some fun with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. I'm sure something along the lines of, I'm not that old, I can run for myself.
So here's Chirinos. He had the home run last inning with 2 outs to keep the game going. He takes in for ball 1. He's only faced McAllister once. McAllister got the better of him. Foul ball, 1-1. He's been swinging the bat a whole lot better lately. Overall, came in tonight with the average at 209. The on base was at 319 for Chirinos. That's the big number, and of course with the power that he has shown all year. A big home run tonight in the 9th inning. He has scored twice. Chirinos hitting closer to 290 over the last couple of weeks now. Infield is in. It's 1-2.
Almost looked like some self-defense. There's the short two-seamer. I'd say short two-seamer where he grabs it. Most guys, when they throw their two-seam fastball, it's along the seams. You see there from McAllister, he's actually across the short seams.
Two away. So Joey Gallo.
That was a big moment for him back in the 7th. First run of the night. It's a pretty big home run. See this from Joey Gallo, but maybe not by his standards. This is the Joey Gallo standard. And you give him a pitch up there that he can handle, and he is capable of doing that. 472 feet.
High pop up, heading foul, and will end up in the seats. A little bit of a break off the bat. That one did not feel good.
They're not going to get out of bases loaded, nobody out, are they?
No,
they're not.
Andrews started with a single up the middle. Beltre with a base hit to right. And then Odor, it went sharply into right field, maybe just too sharply, because Tony Beasley had to stop Elvis at third base. A great defensive play at third by Ramirez. Chirinos struck out, and it's up to Joey Gallo. 1-1.
This is a big opportunity here for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa to get a strong secondary lead off of third base. Jose Ramirez is playing in between third and short, and so Isaiah, it's smart to be aggressive here. The idea of a ball in the dirt, we've already seen a couple of breaking balls that have been in the dirt. They skip away. He could go as far as Ramirez is. He's got a lot of room. It's a little bit of an uncomfortable position, kind of like we were talking about earlier when you're leading against John Lester off first base the way Rajai Davis was in the World Series.
1-2. This is the 21st at bat tonight by the Rangers with a runner in scoring position. They are 8 for 20 to this point of the game.
I think we had an 0 for 2 combined in Bartolo Colon's start against Jordan Zimmerman, both teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Kiner-Falefa at third, Odor at second, Guzman at first. 8-8, bottom of the 10th inning. 2 out. Here's the pitch. And that one foul tipped.
So Isaiah Kiner-Falefa came home in case that was a wild pitch. Ronald Guzman took off for second base, just in case, for whatever reason, I'm not sure. Watch Isaiah coming down the line. Rougned Odor at second. He didn't flinch. He didn't move a step. He knew. Young guys, though, they were pretty excited.
One-two. Inside, good to go. No. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Isaiah was getting off third pretty well. It's funny though, you watch him, he sprints back every single time. Jose Ramirez is not even making one step toward third, but it's an uncomfortable place to be. I mean, he could get way down here if he wanted to. All the way down there.
Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Gallo. And a pop foul back behind the plate. We'll do it again. Could Joey end up with a 3-homer night?
A lot lot of room on the left side for a ground ball to get through with the shift. I know that's not Joey's game. He doesn't hit a lot of ground balls. There's a lot of room over there.
He readies again, the 2-2. And a swing and a miss. Oh my, Rangers had him loaded, nobody out. But we go to the 11th inning, tied at 8. Mentioned it earlier, Rangers, what they had left in their bullpen. Well, here it is. Matt Moore on the pitch. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa stays in the game at third.
So we definitely want to see this over quickly, right? Matt Moore, obviously the last man standing. But don't forget, Ryan Ruo warmed up. I think we were on the road. Didn't get in. Alex Claudio threw 3 innings. I think it was in Detroit, if I'm not mistaken. It was an outside chance, so he may be heading down to the bullpen to hang out with Josh Frazier. Hector Ortiz, there is that pitch arsenal for Matt Moore.
Well, he draws a pretty stiff challenge here. Well, there's Ryan. Is he hanging by that water cooler, or is he hiding behind that water cooler? Ramirez pops one up. That one out of play. 1-1.
Like I said, you want it to be over sooner than later, but it could be a role to play here this evening before this is all said and done, whether it's with the bat or potentially with the glove. I say the glove, you know, the pitcher's glove.
Ramirez takes in. Dangerous hitter. First to 30 home runs this year in the big leagues. He did it earlier tonight. It was in the 6th inning. And he takes low and in. 3-1 the count on Ramirez. Edwin Encarnacion, Brandon Guyer also due. Fly ball, right center, hanging up, and that one off the fence. Tochi on the backhand will hustle it back in. Jose Ramirez with a leadoff double in the top of the 11th inning.
Good piece of hitting here. There's a look at the 4-seam grip from Matt Moore, and you can see Robinson Trinos move his glove very much at all. And kind of interesting to watch Ramirez swing, and then he spun right afterwards. There we go. It's quality at bat against a left-handed pitcher when you're a righty to be able to drive that ball the way that he did. Base of the wall. Nice play by Tochi as well. That ball gets away from him. It could be a triple.
Well, Encarnacion now, he's had a busy night. 2 for 4 and a walk. He has scored 3 runs. Indians 4 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight.
Is Michael Brantley the only starter not to have a hit in this game that's still in the game? 0 for 6.
A lot of offense tonight. 16 total runs, 33 total hits. This one lined out to right field. Chu waiting on it. They're going to go ahead and wave Ramirez. The throw cut off on the infield. The throw to second, and they'll get Encarnacion. But the go-ahead run scores for Cleveland. They're on top 9-8.
Well, Chu had a decision to make here. First, you're going to see the pitch. It was up over the plate, a little bit in or third, and Encarnacion, just like Ramirez, tries to go the other way. And what happened on that turn was as soon as the ball bounced the second time in front of Chu, watch it right here. You'll watch one bounce, and then once they realized it was down, there was nothing he could do. He wasn't going to get it before then. That's when they decided to send the runner.
Kiner Falefa from third base, and there are 2 away.
To give you an idea, they had taken 1 bounce. They might have been a little bit hesitant, but it was that second bounce that gave Jose Ramirez enough time. And a nice heads-up play by Ronald Guzman as well, and a good throw down to second base. But nothing Chu could do on that. That ball just kind of bounced and died a little bit. If he charges it harder, he puts himself in that awkward position where he's playing the short hop, and things can get worse from there.
He has already with 4 hits tonight. Indians have taken the lead 9-8. Top of the 11th. And Moore pours one in there for strike 2.
Pretty gaudy batting average there for Diaz. But you mentioned leading the International League and on base percentage, walks, not a ton of power, but just a good hitter. Really amazing to me. He's the kind of guy that I think an organization could get their hands on because they're so deep. If there's a piece that Cleveland needs.
Well, he rolls out to short. This is the second time tonight he's been retired. But the Indians take the lead. RBI single by Edwin Diaz. Rangers have to rally in the bottom of the 11th. Tonight, and they're going to have to do it again in the 11th inning. Down by a run. Dan Otero for the 37th time this year in for Cleveland.
Yeah, Otero struggled a little bit this year, but you see the strikeout to walk ratio has been fantastic. The ERA is a little bit high. He was involved in a pretty unusual situation. I guess it was about a week or so ago, maybe a little bit more than that with the Cleveland Indians, where Terry Francona told his pitching coach to get OP out. And OP meant Oliver Perez. Carl Willis thought he heard OT. And they got OT meaning Otero. I guess that's a nickname for him. They got him up. They went to go make the change. Francona couldn't believe the lefty wasn't ready, so they went to Otero anyway. I can't remember who the left-hand hitter was, but that hitter hit a grand slam. And it was a little bit of a disaster of a game. Something that Dan Otero was involved in, and probably a little bit surprised to be out there. So lesson learned there. Full names.
Full names, indeed. Ryan Rua pinch hits here for Carlos Tocci. And then it's back to the top of the order. And he takes a strike. It's 0-2. Rua 8 for 30 with 3 home runs in the last 13 games. It's his most recent recall, and there have been a number of them this year. He has swung the bat really well. But he comes up empty here, and that strikeout starts the bottom of the 11th inning. So here's Chu. Chu already extended his on-base streak to 52 games. With singles in his first 2 at-bats. He walked his last time up in the 9th inning, and he takes ball 1 from Otero. First-time All-Star this year. And started the American League rally. Josh Hader in the All-Star game. Bounces to second base here. Kitnes throws him out. 2 away. And that's going to be up to Willie Calhoun. Last hope for the Rangers. Rangers have stranded 15 runners tonight. And of course, the inning that will stand out, depending on how this ends, is the 10th inning, where they had the bases loaded, nobody out on 3 straight hits. But could not get the winning run home.
As exciting as the 9th was, that is going to be the one that you're going to be thinking about.
Well, chopper at third base, and Ramirez throws out Calhoun. This one is over. Otero saves it for Cleveland, and they win it 9-8 in 11 innings. And what a seesaw, bizarre affair we had here tonight. Great game, but unfortunately, Rangers fall short tonight. Stay with us. Leslie McCaslin and David Murphy have plenty more for you from this one. You can bet on that. For CJ Nitkowski and Emily Jones and our entire crew, I'm Dave Raymond, inviting you to stay with us. More coverage of tonight's Rangers ball game continues right after these words.